Sir, let's begin.
Yeah, Rahul, are we good to go, or we have the start practice session still?
What, sir?
No, I'm asking Rahul.
We're live.
You're live. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, let's start.
Okay. Technology has surpassed human expectations and is lifting the benchmark of possibilities day by day. This is exactly what the participants showcased in the first day of Transtech. A day filled with informative speeches by the dignitaries and excellent papers presented with a spirit of healthy competition. I hope everyone is recharged, ready, and filled with enthusiasm as today we move forward. And I welcome you all to the second day of Transtech 2021.
Good morning and season's greetings to you all. Like every year, Tolani Maritime Institute Engineers Pune branch and the Institution of Engineers Pune Local Center invites revered personalities in the maritime field for a one-of-a-kind exposure to their insights. This year, Transtech 2021 has the honor to have Captain Gajanan Karanjikar, President of All India Maritime Pilots Association, as our guest speaker for today's proceedings. I request you all to welcome our guest speaker with your reactions in the chat box.
The Tolani Maritime Institute was established in 1998 and since then has never failed to produce quality mariners, owing to the committed faculty members and the supporting staff. It started as a small-scale institution of a mere 100 cadets, but now has turned into a premier institute of merchant marine studies, recognized not only in India, but overseas as well. Here on the screen, we present to you the corporate video of the legacy. Can we please have the corporate video?
The sea might be as violent as it can be, the water infinite, and the waves intimidating. But all this become insignificant when a mariner dons his uniform. Conquering the high seas is no mean feat. Only those with a mighty heart and a steely resolve can accomplish that. Such extraordinary seafarers are made in Tolani Maritime Institute, located in Induri at Talegaon near Pune. The sprawling 100-acre campus is an endeavor by the Tolani Group with an illustrious tradition of establishing and managing higher education institutions. Dr. N.P. Tolani, Chairman, Tolani Group of Companies and founder of Tolani Maritime Institute, strongly believes in higher education and its advantages. He credits his father for encouraging him to provide higher education in the country.
I got the bug of education from my father, and it has continued ever since.
Our vision at TMI is to be the preferred maritime education and training provider in the industry, meeting the highest global standards.
This institute is one of the largest maritime educational centers, offering Grade 1 rated marine engineering and nautical science degree programs, postgraduate programs and other courses in collaboration with foreign universities as well. The degree courses are approved by the Directorate General of Shipping, Government of India, MLIT, Japan and MPA, Singapore. The BTech Marine Engineering BSc Nautical Science degrees and the Diploma in Nautical Science are presented by the esteemed Indian Maritime University. There are hosts of other short-term courses like Electrotechnical Officers course, command and control course, and other safety-related courses.
At TMI, our focus is to achieve excellence in shipping and maritime techniques.
But what makes this possible and what creates world-class mariners? It is the holistic impact of the state-of-the-art campus and the overall infrastructure that renders the Institute matchless. The Institute sits in the laps of rural nature, which has enhanced its charm. The Institute benefits aesthetically and academically thanks to a beautiful lake in its midst. The lovely meditation garden on the hill keeps a vigil on the lake. Swimming is an integral part of the training, which is adjacent to the clubhouse. Outdoor sports like football, cricket, basketball, volleyball, athletics, squash, etc., and other indoor games are made available on this campus. The Institute has 4 well-equipped compact catamaran sailboats to give the students a glimpse of life on high seas.
Together we share some really nice moments of our life.
With the aim to develop sturdy and healthy mariners, comfortable hostel facility serves them in the best way. The hostel buildings have television rooms, activity areas, and well-equipped gyms. The Institute features excellent academic facilities. The Institute has well-equipped laboratories for demonstrating and teaching the principles of material testing, mechanics, hydraulics, electric control systems, electronic equipment, and electric machinery. The world-class engineering systems on the campus, like Prabhu Vidya, High Voltage Lab, Hydraulic Lab, Hazard Simulation Lab, Full Mission Simulators, etc., fulfill the requirements of aspiring mariners. Can you imagine some of these systems are almost a replica of the real shipboard equipments? This is an Equal Opportunity Institute. The students are offered merit and need-cum-merit scholarships worth over $160,000 per year. Additionally, many shipping companies also offer merit-based scholarships.
As a student and an aspiring mariner, this is the most amazing and apt place I could have been.
But the linking bridge between all these elements of the Institute and the students is the faculty.
The values that we imbibe here is attitude, skill and knowledge that is asked at TMI. These values along with safety come together to create successful mariners.
The skilled and experienced faculty at Tolani Maritime Institute is guiding light for the proud future mariners.
The courses we offer at TMI for the undergraduate programs allow the students to identify, explore, and understand areas where his or her true passion lies, the exciting profession of seafaring.
The professional and qualified full-time faculty leaves no stone unturned to instill pride, integrity, determination, humbleness, and in-depth knowledge about shipping and maritime operations in the would-be marine officers. After all, it takes more than just the love for swimming to make you equal when the sea presents its worst best.
TMI has a glorious legacy of training the brightest aspiring seafarers.
But why do students go through these 4 years of grueling training? To tame the seas and for admiration, respect and honor which come with donning the uniform adorned with stars. It is a job worth toiling for. Some of these students go on to become the guardians of India's formidable coastline. The innovative internship cum placements program at the Institute gives its students an edge over the others. The recruiting companies have no second thoughts on hiring students from the Institute. A majority of students enjoy a permanent employment with some of the top-notch national and international shipping companies.
I believe that this is where the bright future of shipping and maritime industry in India is assured.
The journey, though, definitely does not end here. It is still a long way to go, and they have to prove their mettle. The canvas is huge, the battle challenging. It has been rightly said that you can never cross the ocean unless you have the courage to lose sight of the shore. That will surely not be a tough task for graduates from this institute. They have the strong foundation of training at one of the best maritime institutes in India. Any ocean, any ship is easy to fathom when your alma mater is Tulani Maritime Institute.
Well, I guess that reminded all of us the beautiful days we spent on campus and how much we yearn to go back. To be honest, one can never get enough of the sprawling infrastructure back at TMI. I would now request Dr. Captain Krishnamurthy Iyer, our esteemed principal at TMI, to convey the welcome address.
Our chief guest, Captain Gajanan Karanjikar, pilot, President of All India Pilots Association, also the head of Coastal Shipping, Sequel Logistics Limited, and an expert on blue economy. Captain Barve, Mr. Ashish Mata from Class NK, Mr. Chandakar, Chairman of Institute of Marine Engineers, Pune branch, the judges for the paper presentation, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Mr. Anant Thakur, and a colleague, Mr. Shailendra Kumar, members of a governing council, members of the academic council, students and faculties from various colleges, my colleagues, cadets, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome to all of you. Had it not been for the pandemic, I would have had the pleasure of receiving all of you at TMI. The pandemic has taught us to conduct various seminars online. We welcome Captain Gajanan Karanjikar. Sir, in spite of your busy schedule, you could find time to give the keynote address. We are grateful that you'll be giving a lecture on blue economy, a topic which has been very dear to you. We're hoping to learn from your vast experience. Thank you, sir, for coming all the way and agreeing to give this lecture. I welcome the students from various colleges who will be presenting the papers. Had it not been for the pandemic, we would have had the opportunity of welcoming all of you in our campus. Transtech was started with the idea of permitting students from various engineering colleges to present their skills in paper presentation and making of models. The idea of Transtech was from various colleges to interact with our students. And it is only by interaction all of us learn. Every college has its own strength, and this is exhibited during the paper presentation. This event is organized in association with the Institute of Marine Engineers, Pune, and the Institution of Engineers, Pune Local Center. This year's topic has been efficient shipping in clean oceans. This topic is appropriate for protecting oceans. India is collaborating with other countries to develop clean and healthy ocean and sustainable use of ocean resources and the growth of blue economy. Sustainable development is the order of the day, and development must occur without damaging the environment. We are to consider sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood and jobs while preserving health of marine and coastal ecosystem. Our Prime Minister has stated, to me, the blue chakra or the wheel of India's national flag represents the potential of blue revolution or the ocean economy. When we look at the sustainable development, there are two very important points all of us have to look. One is no waste and one is no emission. To the cadets, when I say no waste, even a little bit of food, what you're wasting, try to avoid it. Even a waste of paper, instead of wasting, see if it can be recycled. All the items can it be recycled so that we keep the waste to minimum. So that is what is basically sustainable development, which each of us can follow. I would like to compliment Mr. Anurudh Kumar, the convener for Transtech, and his team for planning very well and organizing this event. I'm sure after the paper presentation, we'll all walk away enriched with a better understanding of how to keep the environment clean. I look forward to a rich and lively discussion. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your humble words. The students at TMI are always filled with positivity and enthusiasm when Transtech is around the corner. Like all years, this year also a video making contest was held which saw multiple entries. Amongst these, the best one was made by Cadet Deepansh Srivastav and was chosen to be the official video for the Technical Symposium, Transtech 2021. Can we please have the video?
Fantastic. I think Dipanj deserves a round of applause for a video well made. Feel free to flood the chat box, guys. Okay. I would now like to take the opportunity to introduce our guest speaker, Founder President, All India Maritime Pilots Association, Captain Gajanan Karanjikar. Captain Karanjikar is a multimodal transport expert, blue economy activist, and a visiting faculty at IIM. He sailed as a master mariner with ASP Ship Management Limited, then joined Mercator Lines as a marine manager and served at different ranks, including general manager. He is currently the head of Coastal Shipping Seacal Logistics Limited. He has published several articles and is currently writing a book on ancient maritime seafaring and another one on blue economy. Can't wait to read the books. He has spoken on several notable platforms such as IMU Kochi, ICS, and FICCI, to name a few. Sir, it is really an honor to have you here with us today. To digress a bit, Captain Karanjikar and his colleagues at All India Maritime Pilots Association conduct several technical webinars on varying topics. In fact, sir, your colleague, Captain Sanjeev Pandey, conducted a webinar on pilot ladder safety with the students and faculty of TMI in October last year, and we learned a lot through that webinar. Today, of course, Captain Karanjikar will be talking about an all-encompassing topic, blue economy. So what exactly is the blue economy? The blue economy is, well, I think we should have Captain Karanjikar explain it, right? He's the expert. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Namaskar. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Namaskar. Good morning. Thank you very much for such a kind introduction. I am very much honored to be on this platform of Tolani for the first time. And I've heard about this for a very long time. So thank you very much for inviting me. And just one caveat, I am no expert on blue economy. I'm also a mere student like everyone else because the topic is very vast. And I will explain to you how the blue economy, as to what I have understood. And idea of this, delivering this kind of lectures is, I do these lectures in many institutes as well, to flare the young minds, take them to a absolutely different kind of, they call it, beyond SOLAS kind of curriculum, where they can, think out of the box and probably come to the, some kind of a contribution to the national purpose. Dignitaries of the panel, Captain P.S. Barve, Captain Iyer, and all the students, faculties of TMI, and moreover, the participants of this Transtech 21. Good morning to you all. Thank you very much. I will share my screen. If you can stop sharing your screen, then I will share my screen. Let's begin with this very new topic, which has been deliberated very highly in India today on all ministerial platforms, because there is so much to take from it. There is so much of scope in order to, not for shipping, not for just shipping, but also for other sectors which are into, ocean resources. So I'm going to give you a broad perspective of blue economy. I'm not going to speak about any particular sector, but I'm very happy to speak in this kind of a webinar, because the theme, efficient shipping on cleaner oceans, this is very important. And the cleaner ocean is the kind of thing I will emphasize a bit more, because this is the need of the hour. And to start with my first quote, as we need to have a clean ocean because there is only one ocean. There are no 2 or 3 oceans. Maybe the names are different, but on the earth, we only have one ocean. As Captain Master has rightly said, what is it? I mean, this is the first question comes to everybody's mind. What is blue economy, and why is the term called so? A bit of explanation there. You can read it, but I will explain to you in a very extempore manner that everything that you can make sense out of oceanic resources comes under blue economy. So all the ocean activities, and as we've been doing the activities from very long time on ocean now, the most important point here could be a sustainable kind of activities where activities of today will not hamper generations which are coming tomorrow. So blue economy also draws policies that determine whether the use of oceanic resources is sustainable. We have traditionally ocean uses as well as the new emerging sectors which are coming up like seabed mining, bioprospecting, aquaculture, and renewable energy, which are most important and which can contribute to the national grid of economy. After all, we are trying to explore the ocean, explore the resources of ocean in a sustainable manner because we want to contribute to the national grid of economy and take it in the most sustainable way. But this is blue economy is again not a standalone effort. The actions of one country, since we have only one ocean in the world, on the planet Earth, the actions of one country, one nation for exploration, for exploitation, or for learning purposes of ocean can also hamper others and small island developing states which are around us. So it's very important to have a collaboration across the nation states, and that is also a part of the blue economy, that we do a collaborative efforts in this. Let's look at the background of blue economy. When I say background, the term may be new to us today, but we've been, our human life has been oceanic centric for a very long time. The fishing or the fish, which is a major protein supplement, has been around for 40,000 years. The concept of transport on water, which we use the ocean for, has been there for last 40,000 years. 7,500 BC, sorry. The concepts of ports have been about 4,500 BC. And we've been doing shipbuilding and watercraft building activities since 3,500 BC. So blue economy and its, uses of ocean are not new to us. But what have you taken from it? How have we explored it is what I'm going to explain to you. Why so the blue economy important, or what are the things that do we know about blue economy? These are all very common things, and since I am delivering this lecture mostly to the students, I would like to bring this emphasis on the, though it is called as planet Earth, the 70% of it is water and ocean. So it should have been called planet ocean. It is centric to human life. 80% of the world population lives around coastal region. It is a major transport highway. We know the oil extraction and mineral extraction happening from the offshore fields. And 90% of the world trade moves by the sea routes. But the oceans are also a greater carbon sinks. 93% of the Earth's CO2 is stored, absorbed, cycled through oceans. And that is what we need to care about. These are also virtual heat sink, and they are very rich in biodiversity. In one of the recent papers which was published by the World Economic Forum, that 95% of the ocean is yet not known to us. Such is the biodiversity in ocean. What we know about the seabeds and what we know about the plantation under the water or life below water, that is what one of the sustainable development goals are, is only 5% is known to us so far. But the important part here is that the oceans are not unending resources. All human activities have impacted oceans and their health. Now, is it right? This has come under a huge criticism in last decade or two or so, and various organizations are working on it to have the cleaner oceans. The definitions of economy are various, They are pretty complex. Subject is complex, has a very vast application. Since we are dealing about the ocean, which is 70% of the Earth's surface. The term may be new to you, as I told you earlier, but if you look at it, it was first mentioned in an economic kind of viability or philosophy by Dr. Gunter Pauli in 1994 in United Nations University. And thereafter in 2010, he wrote a book on blue economy, 10 years, 100 innovations and 100 million jobs. Very aptly, very rightly has, pressed the nerve of the world that there are, in next 10 years, that is 2010 to 2020, we have 100 innovations waiting to be explored on the blue economy, and there are 100 million jobs which can be generated out of this. So is the importance of blue economy. World Bank, European Commission, Commonwealth nations, United Nations have all given the definitions. And I'm very proud to say, if you see the draft policy on the blue economy, which has recently been published by Government of India, very rightly, the panel of experts and a working group of blue economy has decided that every nation has to draw upon its own definition of blue economy. What do you want from these resources? That's very important. Two important words here in all definitions which are common, which is sustainable development of resources, and most important is the concepts which are emerging out of this, on the blue economy. Prime Minister Modi's quote was read by Captain Iyer, and which had a very important word called blue revolution. So this attempt is to flare those young minds which can really look into this kind of a revolution, come out with various ideas they might have as to how to use sustainably our ocean and blue capital or blue resources. The sectors of blue economy, of course, the transportation of cargo and passenger has been there around, and we've been using it extensively. It comes under criticism also because of some shipping practices. Coastal tourism, offshore oil and gas exploration has been going on all over the world. In fact, 30% of the hydrocarbon energy comes out of offshore oil and gas. Fisheries, aquaculture, all over the world, demands of fishes are increasing. So we have switched on to the aquaculture and mariculture also, which is also very important for protein supplement. Inland waterways transport. By the way, it's not only our ocean. Huh? When you say blue economy, it is also about the all water resources. So when we see cleaner oceans, we also should see the waterways, the lakes, the rivers, the estuaries which are connected, creeks which are connected to the oceans, which need to be clean as well. Offshore energy, it's one of the very emerging field today. Renewable energy, the most green economy, green energy is the ocean energy today. Excuse me. Biotechnology is a very emerging science today, and which is connected to the oceans. Desalination, the scarcity of water, which can be fulfilled by desalination plants of converting ocean water into a fresh water. Marine mining is kind of a field which requires more of a research and more of a exploration, because sustainability is under question there. And monitoring and surveillance that's called as ocean governance, and of course the coastal protection. These are the blue economy sectors which currently the India is working on, and of course the developed countries in the world are also looking at this kind of thing. So looking at the entire picture, you would see the blue economy is envisaged as an integration of a water-based economy, including inland water body, ocean economy, development with the principle of social inclusion, environmental sustainability, innovative and dynamic business models. Now, this is one thing which is very important for the students, that these ideas will create a very good, innovative, dynamic business models for the students which are interested in this and which we want to take this forward as their one of the career options. Why is blue economy important? Why do we need to worry about the oceans and oceanic health? Because globally, 1 out of 10 livelihoods are dependent upon fisheries. When I say fisheries, means fish eating population is about, we have 7.3, 7.5 billion people in the world. So 1/10 of the population is depending upon the fish directly as a protein. The ocean economy will double to $6 trillion, comparing to Indian economy today of 2.5, $2.6 trillion. Ocean economy has the potential of $6 trillion. So much of wealth is there if it is explored properly, explored and added to the national grid. 90% of goods are internationally traded by ships, by ocean routes. Oceanic tourism industry is growing very fast in the world today. Due to the pandemic, now all the oceanic tourism has come to the standstill and is halted. But this, by till 2019, and the tourism industry, the cruise lining industry was thriving. As I told you, the oceans are the largest carbon sink on the earth. They take about 93% of the carbon dioxide is being recycled. And the small island development states, which are the small islands which are predominantly and particularly dependent on the oceanic resources, and the coastal states, which are very particularly reliant on the fish protein. Like, Japan is not a small island state, but their main food is fish. So that is why the cleaner oceans are needed, and this is why the exploration of blue economy is needed. Moreover, if you see, the marine transport and coastal tourism adds to about 5% of the global GDP, 7% of the global employment, and 20, if you take the first top 20 cities, mega cities, the 13 of them are coastal. So is the presence of the human population on or near the ocean. Marine bioresources, I told you, 4.3 billion people, that is, they supply 15% of annual supply of protein. And that's a huge amount of protein coming out of this is not only the fish, but also as I told you about the biotechnology, protein tablets, everything else. And I told you 30% of the global gas and oil and gas extracted out of the ocean. So 30% of hydrocarbon energy, which is given by the ocean to us. But this ocean, as rightly goes with your Transtech 21 theme about cleaner oceans, this ocean does face many risks. One of the biggest risks is the climate change. Human actions which have triggered the climate change have affected ocean health a lot. This has affected fisheries, their production. The ocean acidification has led to destruction of a lot of habitats or life underwater. Overexploitation of fisheries, irregulated, not controlled fishing has also hampered the life underwater and the fishing and fish stocks. The scarcity of sustainable aquaculture production models. Let me explain to you a bit this. All these aquaculture models are situated on the estuaries and the creeks. They are also called as mariculture, kind of projects where because the fish demand in the world is so high that we don't get the entire supply done by the ocean catches. So we need to have the aquaculture in China, in Japan, in all the countries where the fish is a major food source. A lot of aquacultural plants are there, and these production models get affected by the pollution. Pollution jeopardizes tourism, fisheries, seafood safety. Let me tell you about pollution something. We talk about pollution so much. I mean, we all have being shippies, and you guys who are going to go to sea again now, after your education completes in institutes, you're going to see the MARPOL as one of the biggest focus and hover over you for the compliance. But let me tell you one thing, and it has been proved fact, that 90% of the oceanic pollution happens due to the land, because of the land-based resources. The many aquaculture production units have failed because of the runoff of agricultural waste, fertilizer, chemical fertilizers, industrial waste, which runs into the rivers, into the canals, which eventually meet the sea. So all those pollutions amount to about 90%. I mean, it is really very serious that before we get out of the shipping, we should get out of the land-based resources which are creating pollution as well. I'm being blunt about it. The world has focused on the ocean very much, and the UN, has recently come out with in 2015 the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. One of the goals, which is goal number 14, is about life below water. As I told you, 95% of the ocean is not known to us. So rightly so, the conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development is basically a title of Sustainable Development Goal 14. But the irony is such that we wake up very late. A lot of there's a term which is used in shipping circle called sea blindness, and I'm trying to make this presentation so people open up their eyes towards the sea and know what the ocean has to offer you. When the UN came out with in 2000 the Millennium Development Goals, there was no mention of ocean at all. So such was the irony of our oceanic outlook that the world has to take towards the ocean economy. Let's look at the blue capital of India. We have a coastline of 7,516 kilometers, exclusive economic zone of 2.4 million square kilometers. We have 1,208 islands. We have brackish water, rivers, canals, dams. All these can be used as a very prominent resource to add to the blue economy. Floodplain lakes, which are not small, but these are all into billion hectares, and we need to see as to what can be done to explore this. Of course, the government of India is doing, has now come out with the draft policy on blue economy, and of course the expert committees are inter-ministerial committees, meetings are happening. So we will definitely see something coming up in next 4 to 5 years, a very concrete plan. As I told you, India came out with the definition of blue economy, as they rightly identified that despite all the definitions which are given by the world in European Commission, World Bank, and etc., for their own purposes, India needs to define, the blue economy, and very rightly and aptly worded, India should strive for an efficient, sustainable utilization of ocean resources and to integrate, boost ocean-related capabilities, capacities, and skill with a view to accelerate employment, gross value addition, and while safeguarding the environment in harmony with the UN SDG. UN SDG is at goal number 14, life below water. Importantly here is the skill, and that's where the maritime institutes can step in to develop this capacity and skill among the skilled manpower, where they can contribute to the blue economy sectors. As rightly said by Dr. Gunter Pauli, 100 million jobs. I'm sure he was talking about the world, 100 million jobs. And I'm sure there are 100 million jobs waiting in India itself, for if you really flourish the blue economy sectors. India also has an action plan of significantly enhancing contribution of blue economy to Indian GDP. Of course, when the sectors, all sectors, they explode well, definitely it'll mean money, it'll mean hard cash, and it'll add to the national India's GDP. As very important to do an inclusive thing with the coastal communities, India's action plan also is to improve the lives of coastal communities. Sagarmala is one of the initiatives which has got the inclusion of coastal communities and improvement in coastal communities, port-led developments and things like that. Biodiversity, as we don't know what is there much under the ocean, but whatever is knowledgeable at the moment, we need to preserve our biodiversity. Very importantly, in the agenda by 2030, which has come out under the SDG 14, India has to also declare 10% of its exclusive economic zone as marine protected areas, and these are under identification now. And of course, security. We are very friendly neighbors on our country. So marine security is absolutely our focus. So that is also one of the action plans of India. What they have done so far about blue economy. This is just to give you an idea as to we are going in a right track, and we are there, but the government of India is still waiting for maritime fraternity to get included, to contribute to it. And mind you, I mean, maybe 1994, Gudra Pauli brought out the oceanic economic philosophy, but we created a ocean department of ocean in 1981. Sagarmala and Bharatmala projects, which have got very extensive development programs at the port, and which are going to use the IT-enabled services for modernizing port, is also one of the very big contributory factors of coastal community development, port-led development for the blue economy. OSMART is one of the umbrella scheme, what they have come up with: ocean services, modeling, application, resources, and technology. The most important and best part of the whole thing is that blue economy has been given to the Ministry of Earth Sciences, because this is all about the ocean, all about the seabed, all about the exploration, not only transportation over water, not only tourism. So if you want to explore the emerging sectors, we need to have the ministry which will lead this as very aptly Ministry of Sciences. CEZs have been developed, and Sagarmala, of course, being a nodal agency for that. They're developing townships and industries around the port, so the hinterland connectivity is good, and like your special economic zones, they are coastal economic zones which have been developed by India. As rightly said about Blue Revolution in Prime Minister's quote in 2015 in Mauritius, there's something called as Blue Growth Initiative. Now, this is particularly focused on the fisheries policies, because I one of the webinars I said that the Indian Ocean is the only ocean where the fishes die of old age, because our capabilities of fish catchments are very less. Our modernization of fishing, trawlers and fishing vessels is very less. So to increase that, we need to have a very bold kind of action plan, and Blue Growth Initiative gives that bold action plan with only fisheries at its center and core. As I rightly said, and also aptly done by MOES, Ministry of Earth Sciences, a nodal agency for all the national policy on blue economy. Way ahead, what needs to be done by maritime fraternity or the students of this esteemed gathering? What you can take home from the understanding of blue economy is that we need to have this subject. I mean, may not be under the curriculum of BSc Nautical Science or BE Marine Tech or something like that, but in your personal agenda to study about the blue economy, study about the ocean, know more about them, know more about the exploration. And of course, the government of India is looking at forming an expert group. So even faculties who have got the inclination towards the blue economy, towards the ocean-centric kind of economy, they can contribute, be a part of the expert group of government of India. I mean, put your knowledge on table. They're also looking at developing a scientific tools and methodologies, because India is very poor country in terms of collection of data. Now, when I say this, I mean, of course, it carries a lot of weightage, because we have seen that even in this pandemic, we are struggling with the data of how many people are affected and how many are recovered. So the government definitely needs to do a development of scientific tools and methodologies to measure as to what each sector has got, what potential is there in each sector. And that is where the maritime fraternity or people who are attached to the maritime field, whether on ship, ashore, in industry, which are attached to the maritime industry, in fisheries, wherever it is, they can contribute. Periodical studies on specific sectors are already commenced. The separate chapter on blue trade is going to be included into the export-import policy now, as we talked about coastal economic zone, so these zones also will be dedicated to the export import of the blue, kind of material or oceanic material or resources for that matter, which can be processed like fish. I mean, the fishing or the mining sector or the renewable energy. The skill development is one of the big on the agenda because a lot of people don't know about it. A lot of maritime people don't know about it. So we need to the maritime institutes can come forward to contributing to the skill development on these subjects and the sectors subjects which can be really enhancing to the blue growth. Educational programs are also on the cards of government of India. This is one of the very important and very close topic to my heart, as well as the launching of this a plan is happening after taking the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan to the world, also in India, of course, to implement. But the impression of Swachh Bharat in the world was great. I mean, country of 1.3 billion population to even think and start something like this was very important. And now India is putting this program into UN, which will make India a leader like what it has been to the Solar Alliance and things like that. Swachh Bharat to Swachh Prithvi and Swachh Sagar. Because the concept behind this one earth is one ocean. And India is definitely going to put heads together and come out with a plan which will really constitute into a Swachh Sagar, pollution-free Sagar, which is very apt with your Transtech scheme. And I'm very thankful to the organizers that they came out with a theme of such a bold, objective. And this is being taught to the students at right up there before they go on ship. So they have a maritime consciousness, ocean consciousness, which is being built up right then and there. 80% of marine pollution from the land-based sources, I told you, as industrial effluents, the agricultural runoffs, the soil itself, and the chemical use in fertilizers, pesticides. These are the biggest contribution. The unique and holistic vision to human industrial waste management strategies. Very rightly, Captain Iyer in his inaugural speech said that the pollution or a waste management has to be on everybody's agenda. I would suggest they should teach waste management at a school level, like we teach the traffic signals. Well, this has to be an integral part of the entire life of a human being. It is ironical that everybody else manages their waste very well, and we just can't manage our waste at all. We just throw it around from this place to other place and other place to other place. It just accumulates. The entire circular economy is now based on waste management, and circular economy has become a part of all the logistics, the businesses and warehousing businesses. It should also become a part of shipping business. I mean, of course, we have a reception facilities for the oil, sludge, and garbage, but many ports still don't have it. We have to understand this very well, and waste management should become our second nature. Make India the first nation globally to initiate such a vision. As I said, Swachh Bharat was a vision and which was successfully implemented. Now we see many of the cities clean. And similarly, if India can take this Swachh Bharat to Swachh Prithvi and Swachh Sagar to the international level, I am definitely sure that India will be a leader in its way and really put across the measurable, tangible kind of parameters to the countries, which can be measured with the ocean cleanliness or their river cleanliness and things like that. Conclusion on blue economy. I got 2 more slides to go. Very importantly, as we saw, I mean, this was a very broad perspective. I can do a lecture on each sector as well, but just to give you a broad perspective, it has a great potential. It can really be a contributor to our dream of 5 trillion economy of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It has extensive potential to make India maritime prowess. So this is very important. Why again to go for a blue economy? Because it will give you maritime consciousness. It will give you a maritime character. And we need to build this maritime character because everything is happening through the ocean. As we said, 90% of the goods are being transported by ocean does not mean the goods that we don't need. From morning hour toothbrush to toothpaste to evening bed sheets, and even the cold cream that we apply before sleeping, all is transported by shipping. So this has to go into a land lubbers, awareness programs, and the outlook should start from sea to land. That should happen. The many sectors of blue economy have not been tapped. We have seen broad prospecting is one of the sectors which is working. Seabed mining has not been tapped. Renewable energy is still under consideration. And these are sectors, they have a lot of huge potentials for foreign direct investment into our country and can really boost the Indian economy. For small, medium scale enterprises, it has got a lot of potential because when you have a coastal economic zone, port-led development, and the all skill development for that, which are going to serve maritime sectors is going to happen there. So a lot of scope for them as well. And blue economy will definitely, if it is done in a right manner, will definitely contribute to the sustainable growth, and social equity is very important. There is a difference in living standards of a coastal person and a landlocked person. Those equitable or those kind of balances can be easily filled up by the blue economy if the sectors are really explored well. Last slide. I wanted to put this slide up to you all for you all to think, flare your young minds, include yourself into these programs of blue economy on your own. Think, study, write, and really, talk about it among your friends, among your school, college friends. Deliberate on these ocean economic resources. Tell them about the oceans. Tell them about the rivers. Tell them about the use of it. Tell them how to protect them. Maritime students, institutes can also develop technical expertise on conservation and sustainable development. We can rope in experts. I would request colleges to rope in local experts who has done study on since you're located in Pune, on Mutha River, and give a lecture to the students on this. So more awareness can be brought in about the own river which is situated next to us. Creating holistic and integrated approach for all sectors in society. This is maritime awareness, creation of maritime awareness. Creates research methodology and talent in shipping. I'm very happy to see, yesterday I was there in the whole day's program and I saw the presentations done by the students. I was really, very impressed. This is where we have to showcase to the world that we are not only creating operators out of maritime institutes, but we are also going to produce maritime researchers. We are going to produce the maritime scientists, which can show the world a better way. And we have Indians, placed all over the world in running shipping companies and running the shipping businesses. But this talent in shipping has to be recognized. Be one of the talents. You as a students of such a esteemed organization, esteemed institute. Creation of talent required for implementation SDGs. SDG, by writing it on the paper and by putting the goal to up to 2030, it's not going to happen unless you really have, somebody working on it. There's a skill set available in the country which will work on SDG and study about the life below water. Maritime cultural exchanges. There's something called as Project Mausam. I don't know how many of you all know about it. Study about it. There are so many cultural exchanges the Indians had 2,000, 3,000 years BC. That is all is forgotten now because we are not documented it. Though even they're documented, we don't even know about it. So the maritime cultural exchanges, we have 38 countries on the Indian Ocean rim, and we have hardly any contacts with them. We don't have hardly any cultural exchanges with them. So there could be a maritime cultural exchange as well. Growth of maritime consciousness, creating knowledge on blue economy. This is where the entire crux lies. Maritime consciousness, is a responsibility of everyone, not only government's responsibility. We being maritime charactered person, we should talk about maritime consciousness to our friends, our colleagues, our families, our relatives, and be a maritime person all the time. Not only when you're on ship or when you're on, learning in institute, but you should be a maritime. And this is how the maritime character develops. If you see a doctor, if you see a pharmacist, or if you see a scientist, of Baba Research Center, they talk about it continuously. They talk about it. So we come to know a lot of things from them. I don't see a maritime personnel talking about maritime, knowledge to the people who are on the land or who work in the factories and things like that. We should do that. And again, creating the knowledge based on the economy is very important, will be very fruitful. I think this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for being a very patient listener to this presentation.
Thank you, sir. I mean, absolutely brilliant. Very, very informative. In spite of spending more than half my life at sea, I just realized how little I know. So thank you very much. But now that we have you with us, we are going to take full advantage of it and pick your brains for a few questions and answers, if you're okay with that.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. I'm all for it because I do it on my personal level as well. To the schools and colleges. And the pandemic has really helped me in taking this to the 5th standard, 6th standard, 7th standard boys and girls. Yeah. They don't even know about why it is called as blue economy. I mean, this is a basic question of why the sky is called blue. It's kind of so it's kind of that kind of stuff. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm very, very, very happy. And I can see a lot of dignitaries are listening to this. I hope I did justice to the topic. I'm also a student myself. I'm no expert in this field, but definitely I'm getting involved into ocean energy now with few of the corporates, the players, and we'll surely have something on Indian coast going on. Thank you very much.
Lovely, sir. No, sir, we're not leaving you yet.
No, I'm here.
You yet. So just for the all the participants, I know I can see a lot of questions popping up in the chat box. Please ask your questions in the question and answer section. So then we can have Captain Karanjikar address them. So my first question to you is from Shikhar Parsai. His question is that we have this whole network of inland rivers, waterways, etc. However, one of the challenges is that the depth is not sufficient for ships to transport freight. So how do you propose we tackle this?
See, the initiatives that we are taking about the inland waterways are really good. But you see, India being the agricultural country, we have to understand that a lot of the rivers are not perennial rivers. So many rivers run dry during the summers and kind of winters. So later part of the winter and the summer. So as long as the depth is concerned, of course there are talks of having a shallow water barges and being made, and where the navigable depth of water is available, at least that we can use. I mean, there are about 111 national waterways being planned. 80,000 crore rupees have been pledged already by the government on this, and we already have National Waterway 1, National Waterway 3 running, up and running. So idea is to take the cues from them, learn from it, and take it ashore, take it to the other waterways. But the most important part here is the economic feasibility and viability. And as rightly the question is asked, that the rivers are not navigable, how the economic viability will come. But at least to the point they are navigable, we can do that. Use the local talent, use local people. It's our coast and in my inland waters, so we can have our own set of regulations. We don't need to have a foreign going certification kind of seafarers for that. Terminals, I mean, the way the China has gone aggressively over it, from the financing to the execution, we should look at that kind of model and prepare those those kind of vessels or crafts which can transport goods.
Wow, absolutely, a lot of untapped potential. Next question for you, sir, is just if you could briefly explain how does the oceans recycle CO2, because you mentioned it being the sink.
Ocean recycle carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide, yes.
Yeah. See, a lot of I mean, they call us planktons, which are under the sea. They absorb the carbon dioxide for their growth and photosynthesis from the ocean water. So ocean definitely has to suck that carbon, from the atmosphere. So that is why we say the ocean transportation is more pollution free, because even for the ships for that matter. But nobody has done this study so far. my entire agony is that even I have not done study myself. I mean, I'm not a scientist anyway. But I would like the scientists to do this study and come up with the solution as to how much of a emission from the ship is absorbed by the ocean itself. That will be a very, very right parameter we have. Of course, other pollutants also are there like sulfur and all that. Before those regulations are coming up now, I mean, already in force. But this ocean, the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is sucked in by the water and of course absorbed by this planktons which are on the seabed. You know, the reefs, even the coral reefs, they require a lot of carbon dioxide for their growth.
Thank you, sir. We'll take two more questions with your permission. First one is from Shishir Dutt. He's a faculty at TMI. He says, as you rightly said, you know, we should be teaching waste management and curbing pollution at the school level. Has anything been already, you know, put in place by the government with regard to this in the education policy? Are you aware of anything?
See, the waste management is the question, right? Curbing pollution. Absolutely.
Yeah,
see, I mean, lot of schools are now teaching about segregation of waste and segregation of garbage and things like that. It is coming up. But you know, we have to go a little advanced to the circular economy. What economic value? Because you know, I always remember one thing. I mean, today's materialistic world, everybody from the birth onward understands the money part of it. You know, so if the schools can really put money to it, so much of waste is recycled, we got so much of money, or so much of waste is not recycled, we lost so much of money. If they can have that kind of education to the children, there'll be more awareness, there'll be more seriousness. You know, merely teaching a topic of waste management is one part of it. You know, but teaching that, taking it to the end to circular economy is very important. And circular economy is one of the very, very top hot topics in today's MBA programs. I teach at IIM, so we just concluded a session about 2 weeks back about circular economy. I did 3 sessions with the MBA students in IIM Indore. An idea was to teach them as to what is the exact value that you can add, and again, you know, going green logistics as to why not to use those kind of stuff. The education should start from there. I should not bring in a silver foil wrapped sandwich to the school because the silver foil has to go in the waste again. So parents, teachers need to encourage that, don't bring it to school, bring it in a plastic box. Bring it in a recyclable plastic box. Right. Nothing happens to it. I mean, you know, that kind of education is needed.
Okay, nice. Thank you, sir. So our final question is from another faculty, Captain Nagarkar. Just an extension of this. He says his question basically is, okay, as a training institute, how can we, you know, extend this education and train our students with the same, you know, broader on blue economy and pollution prevention further?
See, there are many courses can be developed on the economy sectors. Like, you know, I tell you, where I live in Nashik, they're about 20 kilometers from my place where I live, in 20-kilometer radius, there are about 90 water bodies. 90 water bodies lying idle. Nothing is happening there. There's no aquaculture happening there. There's no fish growth happening there. Nothing is happening. You know, only water is being tapped out for the agricultural purposes, or, you know, supplying from one dam to other dam. So really, I mean, I was talking to one of the institutes in Nashik also. So why can't we develop? Why does have to the Institute of Fisheries situated in Kochi or in Chennai or in Visakhapatnam have to do these fisheries courses? We can teach them as well.
Right.
I mean, fish farming is no alien task. This can be easily taught. And other sectors, you know, we can bring in awareness with people, because the inland waterways will require a lot of skill set people, a lot of terminal managers. You know, the new concept which is coming up of multimodal logistic park. Each park, multimodal logistic park, will take 7,000 people, you know, from executive to manager. Now, where the 7,000 people are going to come from? They have to come from somewhere. And more the skilled people are involved, more better it is. You know, it's all going to handle the containers and cargoes and break bulk cargoes and, you know, the agricultural produce from multimodal logistic park. They need to have a knowledge of water, road, rail, and air. So we can create this kind of skill set, and of course project it to the National Development of Skill Council. and say that we are teaching these subjects in our institute. It's a chicken and egg situation. I mean, we need to put the first foot forward as an institute. I'm saying, I mean, of course, Tolani has very high reputation. I mean, as Dr. Tolani said in his inaugural speech, about he had a bug about the education from his father. So same thing in my mind. It is about the bug in my mind about blue economy and creating awareness and education. So it's all about that bug which will promote or push the institutes to really deliver what is so far undeliverable. Kind of.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your time. Actually, there are still some more questions, but I want to stick to the schedule. So for all of those who have asked questions and your questions are unanswered, Captain Karanjikar is very active on social media. He has a YouTube channel. I've seen him on LinkedIn, etc. So I'm sure you'd be okay with me telling them to contact you.
Sure. Please pass on my contact details. I'm very happy to guide anyone and everyone on this subject. Whatever I know, of course, I don't know much about it. I don't have practical experience yet, which I will start now with the ocean energy. But of course, I'll be very happy to help someone.
And we're waiting for the books also.
Sure, sir. December this year. It'll take time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be around. I want to see the research papers, so I'm going to be around till 1 o'clock.
Of course. We won't let you go. Thank you very much. Guys, can we show some love and appreciation to Captain Karanjikar through the reactions in the chat box? Lovely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Much appreciated.
Tsunami, you can take over the proceedings from here.
Yes. I'm in total agreement with Captain Karanjikar's insights on the blue economy. Our oceans being much larger than all the continents combined, the blue economy is definitely the pathway to a stable and sustainable future. We shall now start the second technical session of Transtech 2021. The judges remain the same. That is, we have Mr. Arvind Kumar, Mr. Anand Thakur, and Mr. Shailendra Kumar as our judges.
The session chair for this session is Dr. Sudhir Sindagi. Dr. Sudhir Sindagi is currently working as an associate professor in the Department of Marine Engineering, TMI, since 2011. He has completed his PhD from Department of Ocean Engineering of IIT Madras and post-graduation from IIT Kharagpur. He has published and presented 19 research papers in various peer-reviewed reputed international journals and conferences. In last 2 to 3 years, his research work has been awarded by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Institution of Engineers, and Springer Journal. Concept designs of RoPax vessels for Bangladesh and Indonesia by his students have also been awarded by Worldwide Ferry Safety Association, the WFSA, International Maritime Organization, IMO. He coordinates activities of Center for Marine Research and Development, CMRD, a team dedicatedly working for the research and consultancy activities that successfully executed the consultancy projects from the industries across the globe. Prior to TMI, he was working with Marine Engineering Center of Larsen & Toubro Limited as an assistant manager, naval architecture, and worked there for 4 years. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Videsh, for a lovely introduction being provided. I'm flattened by the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, judges. This is the second technical session. Actually, today it is the first technical session for the today. We have lined up with 4 presentations today. Yesterday there were only 3 presentations. The first presentation, first 2 presentations are basically from the Tolani. The third presentation is from the Great Eastern Lonavala, and the 4th presentation is from IMA Mumbai. Rules and regulations remain same. I request the presenters to switch on their videos. Okay, so we have 4 presenters, almost 5 presenters are there who have switched on their videos. Let me just confirm, Abhijit Kumar, Can you just raise your hand? Abhijit Kumar? Yes, okay. So he is the first presenter who will going to be present his paper. I will just repeat the rules. Each technical paper will be given 12 minutes time, and indication will be provided after 10 minutes and after 12 minutes both. We will have 3 minutes question answer session. The time management carries a weightage for the evaluation, so that you need to be aware of. And participants must share their presentations themselves. If in case of any failure comes, your partner, if it is there, he should carry forward with the presentation. So these are the general regulations. I hope judges are ready so that we can start the presentation. I can see the video of Mr. Anand Thakur, sir.
Yes, we are ready. Please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. So, Mr. Abhijit.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Sir, do I have permission to share my screen?
Yeah, just now you can share.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
Good morning, all the panelists and all the people currently present here. My name is Abhijit Kumar. I'm a first year in Tolani Maritime Institute, and I'm going to talk about my paper for Transtech 21, titled 3-in-1 Miracle Coating with special emphasis on marine biofouling. This will be the presentation overview, introduction of author, abstract, along with the paper introduction, explanation as well as description of marine biofouling, superhydrophobicity, effects of marine biofouling, problem statement, main work, conclusion, followed by a question and answers round. I will keep my presentation short but informative. Let's proceed. Marine transport is the backbone of international trade and the global economy. Around 80% of global trade by volume and over 70% of global trade by value are carried by sea and are handled by ports worldwide. Abstract. Sea shipment accounts for far most annual tonnage and the distances are often large. Shipping's emissions are globally substantial. This factor also works in favor as even a small reduction in pollutant levels of individual components of this industry will make a greater as well as more substantial effect on the overall picture. For example, many ocean-going vessels follow what is known as slow steaming. Slow steaming is basically a vessel going at a speed significantly slower than its maximum capable speed. This is to reduce the fuel consumption and make the vessel very efficient. This paper discusses how a simple coating with 3 different applications can reduce 3 major problems and help in countering pollution, thereby making the shipping industry even more environmentally reliable. Superhydrophobicity. Superhydrophobic coatings are made up of a thin, highly hydrophobic layer capable of repelling water. It is made up of materials with super/ultra hydrophobic material capable of repelling up to 100% water droplets coming in contact with it. Here in this small clip, we can see 3 types of coatings. Hydrophilic coatings, which make an angle of contact of about 30 degrees. A normal hydrophobic coating, which makes around 90 degrees. And here is a super hydrophobic coating, which creates which makes an angle of contact of about 150 degrees. Here we can see in this picture what the difference is. Before, the surface was not applied with the super hydrophobic coating and the water can be seen like this. And after it was applied with the super hydrophobic coating, the water droplets appear as if marbles, having almost no contact with the surface of the water and can easily fall off it. A coating with these properties will not only increase the overall hydrodynamic qualities of the ship, but also contribute by reducing the overall fuel consumption. Some of the most commonly used materials used to prepare such superhydrophobic coatings are biocompatible PDMS or polymethyl siloxane and carnauba wax. These materials are so readily available that with proper guidance, a superhydrophobic coating can be made at home. But then again, there's a difference between professional application and a homemade project. Marine biofouling. Ships travel from one corner of this planet to another, traversing oceans, and in the process, it passes through millions of specific ecosystems, part of the grand marine life thriving on this planet. This leads to what is now known as marine biofouling. The intrusion of invasive aquatic species to new environments by ships is now identified as a major threat to the world's ocean. These species traveling on ships' ballast water or on their hulls are able to survive, establishing a reproductive population in the host environment. We just saw a presentation about blue ocean, and we can see how important and of a major problem this is. Now let's discuss effects of marine biofouling and how it is a major problem. The newly discovered yet ignored phenomena has led to a spectrum of problems, ranging from marine biodiversity to hull degradation. This problem has more evident than in the last decades, as shipping traffic in the ocean have increased drastically. It leads to destructive consequences as the marine biodiversity suffers, and has even led to drastic economic instability for countries that depend heavily on coastal and marine environment, such as tourism, aquaculture, and fisheries. Biofouling causes a major deposit of marine life on the hull of the ship that negatively affects the performance. It may lead to a decrease of speed by up to 10%, something that in turn may require even a 40% increase in fuel to counterbalance. Therefore, marine biofouling is a problem that causes economic, biological, and as much as 40% decrease in overall ship efficiency. Here you can see in this picture a photo of a normal hull, which is devoid of any such deposit. And in this picture, an ocean-going vessel in which we can evidently see the deposit of alien invasive species. This make the hulls really resistant, and this drastically reduces the efficiency of this vessel. The IMU had announced a regulatory update that declares that by 1st January 2008, all ships must have an anti-fouling coating. This proves that how important yet new this problem is concerning the legacy of a 1,000-year-old industry. Problem statement. Marine biofouling is not a well-known problem that is responsible for a wide variety of underlying problems for the shipping industry as well as the global economy and environment. The few coatings that have been introduced are harmful to the environment and are bulky as well as expensive in application. Main work, working and explanation of the coating derived. The coating we have worked on is a superhydrophobic fall release coating utilizing the chemical properties of hydrophobic material in ratio depending upon these various factors: cost, area, thickness, longevity, as the overall conditions is not the same everywhere, but mainly the ratio is 1:7:3 with 1 of binding agent, 7 for the PDMS, and 3 for the carnauba wax. It is a low energy coating that enables the easy release of the marine life, makes the hull super hydrophobic, thereby making it more hydrodynamic, and prevents rust like conventional coatings at an overall cheaper price. In this diagram, we can see how the coating prevents hydrogen bonding and stops long chains of water from forming or coming in contact with the ship's hull. The microscoping layer of the coating sticks efficiently on the outer hull because of the carnauba wax and with an angle of 150 degrees and more, creating an extremely water repellent surface. Furthermore, consists of completely natural or non-harmful synthesized/derived substances like biocompatible PDMS in major ratio. This layer works to drastically reduce the contact drag of water with the surface of the hull, greatly increase the overall hydrodynamics of the vessel. Furthermore, this hydrophobic layer inhibits the growth of alien and uninvited marine life growth, as well as deposit of outer hull, stopping marine biofouling and creating of a rough surface by said entities. In this diagram, we can see the hydrocarbon-derived substance known as PDMS, the main component of this coating. The coating's effectiveness. I have not underlined or marked the area which is in completely center because this coating is very adaptable. The said components of the ratio that composes of it can be changed to fit the application of the vessel because the condition of the sea is not same everywhere. It mainly incorporates the three values of preventing rust, being an eco-friendly paint, as well as being a hydrodynamic coating, and also the main part of it preventing the marine fouling. Conclusion. It is widely accepted now after a thorough research that marine biofouling is responsible for a plethora of major problems spanning across multitudes of industry, including shipping. Norms are already in place to ensure every seagoing vessel is equipped to combat the same. Thus, combating this problem as well as rusting and improving efficiency by as much as 40% might come as one of the best ways to combat and control this problem. In an industry which is greatly sees and depends on things like time, efficiency, and is very profit driven, even 1% of increase in efficiency is seen as a major development. Thank you. This concludes my presentation. I would be more than willing to answer any questions you have.
Sir, this cadet took 9 minutes and 10 seconds to complete his presentation. 9 minutes and 10 seconds.
Thank you, Hitesh, for the information, and thank you, Abhijit Kumar, for the wonderful presentation on the topic of 3-in-1 miracle coating. I am definitely wish everybody will be interested to know more about this particular coating, because the claim is 40% increase in the efficiency. Excellent presentation, excellent topic selection. So the forum is open for the question answer session. Request everyone to send their questions through Q&A section if they are not able to directly ask the question. Judges, all yours, sir.
Yeah, Arvind Kumar here. What is the meaning of hydrophobic, and can you please explain those droplets in the design by two angles which is formed there? What exactly you meant there?
Okay, sir. I'll just go to that slide to explain it better. So in this picture, sir. So basically, hydrophobic is a property of a material to resist the contact of water. Water has a tendency to attach itself to surfaces. So hydrophilic coating would attract water, and a hydrophobic coating would repel water. As in this part of this surface, water is being repelled by the surface by an angle of contact of 150 degree with the surface and the boundaries of the water. And this appears, and the surface tension of the water forces it to form a marble-like structure.
No, not this diagram, the other diagram where you shown three angles. The 30 degree, 150 degree, and 90 degree.
Yeah, when studying this topic, the angle of contact is very important. So for it is how hydrophobic coating is differentiated from the hydrophilic coating is also decided by the angle of contact the surface of the liquid makes with the surface of the surface on which it is being kept. For a hydrophilic coating, the angle of contact of both will be 30 degrees or an acute angle. For a normal hydrophobic coating, it will be a 90 degrees. And for a super hydrophobic coating, it is characterized to be more than 150 degrees.
So how does it work, I mean, in this angle wise?
Sir, basically, imagine it on a microscopic level. The water has a tendency to form hydrogen bonding with the surface. It just sticks onto it. But a coating which is very smooth and prevents the water to stick to it, it is basically like oil on water. Water just ignores the rough surfaces of the surface, and the surface tension of the water forces it to form a bubble, and it does not stick to the surface but rather keeps to itself.
Okay, I got some idea. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Good morning, Abhijit. This is Anand Thakur here. I just wanted to know, you have mentioned that you can easily make this coating at home. So yes, if you could elaborate a little bit on that.
Okay, sir. So basically, PDMS and carnauba wax are something with a little more effort can be procured at home. So if these both of these things are enabled or mixed in a certain ratio, about 1:7:3, which I derived, or which I came at after seeing many videos and reading about articles. and I added something more on my own, which is a binding agent to make it more economically and industrially viable to transport. So basically, if you mix PDMS first and add carnauba wax to it around room temperature and heat it on gas for about 30 minutes or microwave it for 1 hour at around let's say 120 degrees Celsius. So the when both of these substances mix together, it forms a coating like or a paint like substance, which when applied gives to the said coating.
Okay, thank you. That was nice. And is this material used? Is it synthetic or is it natural? Because do you know in nature, which are the super hydrophobic surfaces? You have got surfaces like the surface of a lotus leaf, which is super hydrophobic. And if you see that any amount of water will never stick to a lotus leaf.
Yes,
so are you taking these substances from nature, something like that?
Yes, sir. So that's first of all, that's a very good example about lotus and how we can learn from the nature. The main component of this coating, PDMS, is in fact biocompatible, and carnauba wax is something that is found naturally in nature. PDMS is something which is which is biocompatible, but it is artificially derived. So because the cost is also an important factor, if we take everything from nature, it will be more costly and not all the time industrially viable. But yes, sir, it is a biocompatible coating.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Arvind Kumar here. Is it something like non-stick coating on the frying pans?
Yes, non-stick coating, which is more close to the thing sir said about lotus. That would be a very good way to describe it.
Yeah, okay, that comes very expensive.
Yes, sir. Which it incorporates Teflon, sir, so it is very expensive. But
Yes,
if it, sir, because
practically coating a ship by Teflon.
Yes, sir.
The whole surface.
Because sir, when you are talking about a pan, you have to also think if it's harmful or not because you cook on it. But for a ship, you cannot think about if it will harm the food and all. So you can look at other things also. But sir, yes, sir. Good example, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
Any other question?
Surendra sir, if you want to ask, you can ask one more question. Already.
Yeah. Abhishek, you are in first year?
Sir, Abhijit Kumar, sir, in first year nautical science.
Yeah, you are first year. So I would say it's a very good presentation for a first year who's talking about this biofouling and talking about all these things. Yes. So in short, I'll say good presentation, and you have answered the question also nicely.
Thank you.
But I see there are a lot of questions. Sudhir, there are a lot of questions from the audience. Sir. I think we should take up that and let us see how he reacts to it.
Okay, sir.
We are already lagging behind a lot. One question I will definitely take up from the audience. You can ask Abhijit. The question is from one of the cadet, Anirban Bhattacharya. Most of these machining processes is that the surface do not attain the complete hydrophobic properties. Also, with the time, the properties of the surface tend to fade. How
Yes,
are you looking towards tackling this problem?
So first of all, I'll answer. If everything was permanent, ships would not have been required to repaint every few years. And second, I know the surface of PDMS is hard to attach. That's why I've incorporated carnauba wax into it. Carnauba wax mixes well with PDMS and is also very sticky in nature. And with proper ratio, it can easily attach itself to metal surfaces, mainly iron. I have actually researched on it.
Okay. I hope this question has been answered and the person is satisfied. So thanks a lot once again. Excellent presentation and excellent question answer session.
Thank you.
We'll proceed for the next. You can stop your sharing.
Okay, sir, I'll do that.
So the next presentation is by 3 cadets from TMI on the topic zero emission technology fuel cell. I hope they are ready.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cadet Bevan, so you will be presenting.
Yes, sir. I'll be presenting, sir.
Okay. Now you can share your slides. share your screen.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes. Now your time starts now.
Good morning, everybody. Today, I, Bevan Jeffries, along with my co-authors, Harshit Tiwari and Harshvardhan, I'm here to present to you our paper in this edition of Transtech under the theme, Efficient Shipping on Clean Oceans. The name of our topic is Zero Emission Technology, achieved by a fuel cell, using solid oxide fuel cell to burn hydrogen. As we know, the maritime transport is the backbone of world trade and global economy. About 80% of the global trade by volume and 17% of the global trade by value is carried by ships worldwide. Ships burn HFO, which is a petroleum sludge-based fuel, and emits compounds such as nitrogen, sulfur, and carbon. So leads us to an important question. Why do we need zero emissions? The answer to that is in 2015, the International Maritime Organization carried out a study in which it resulted that air pollutants emitted from ships accounted for 13% of SOx, 12% of NOx, and 2.6% of CO2 in terms of the global atmospheric pollutant emissions. Also, ICCT, or International Council on Clean Transport, analyzed and forecasted that the pollutant emissions from ships are to rise by 30% of NOx and 20% of SOx by 2050. This graph depicts the various emissions emitted by a diesel engine per kilowatt hour. And as you can see, at low loads, the emissions by diesel engine is quite high. So hence all the results support the view that long-term effects of atmospheric pollutants caused by ships are foreseen to become more severe. Thus, there's a necessity to develop zero-emission technologies. Another important question is, which fuel can give us zero emissions? And is zero emission really possible? The answer to that is hydrogen. Hydrogen as a marine fuel is one of the most cleanest alternatives of fuel present at the moment. The energy content of hydrogen is very high. As can be seen from the graph below, the calorific value of hydrogen is 120 megajoules per kg. That is about 3 times the current fuel that are used, such as petrol and diesel, which only give 40 or 42 megajoules per kg. Hydrogen is also commercially viable. An important factor with hydrogen is its safety. All of us in our school days have carried out an experiment in a science laboratory, wherein when we ignited hydrogen, we heard a pop. This leads to some questions about its safety. Yes, hydrogen can ignite to a flame in the right mixture, but it's very hard to get that mixture, thus reducing its possibility of ignition. The reason for that is hydrogen molecules barely interact at all. And even if hydrogen is vented to the atmosphere, it evaporates very fast. About 4,000 gallons can evaporate in just 7 seconds. And it's extremely buoyant because of its light weight. It goes straight up at 40 miles per hour. So hence the hydrogen safety is centered around the avoidance of creating a flammable mixture and removal of ignition sources where flammable mixtures may be present. How are we going to use this hydrogen to propel our ship? The answer to that is a fuel cell. A fuel cell works like a battery but never runs out of power. The type of fuel cell we'll be using a solid oxide fuel cell. This is a simplified diagrammatic representation. The fuel cell has 2 inlets, the anode and cathode side. Hydrogen enters into the anode, it undergoes oxidation, emits electrons, which travel through the circuit, and from which we get our electric power, through which we'll propel our ship. The other side through which the cathode enters, the oxygen enters through the cathode side simultaneously, undergoes reduction, and forms a compound of water. Since it is an exothermic reaction, the SOFC operates at about 1000 degrees Celsius. Hence, the exhaust that we get is warm humidified air. We can increase the efficiency of this plant by adding a gas turbine, thus increasing the overall efficiency. We have zero emissions in this process. The important factor of using hydrogen fuel cell is its efficiency. The efficiency of hydrogen fuel cell is very high, as can be seen from the graph below. Efficiency of hydrogen fuel cell is a whopping 40% or 30% more than a combustion engine at low loads and even at high loads. Hence, the greater the higher efficiency of hydrogen fuel cell leads to lesser fuel being burned. Now, an important factor is hydrogen really is it relevant? Hydrogen fuel cell is environment friendly, as I said earlier, and HFCs can generate heat and electricity, which can be used as per our needs. HFC avoids environmental impacts faced by other low carbon technologies such as biofuel, methanol, etc., because we do not emit any emissions. It reacts with oxygen gas within a cell that converts chemical potential energy directly into electrical energy, thus removing combustion completely. HFCs have technology maturity at the moment and are being used in various places. Some examples are NASA's space shuttles. An important factor with hydrogen fuel cells is its cost. Yes, at the moment, the cost of an HFC is high, but there are continuous technological improvements that are carried out by various private groups and governments, and they are investing heavily in this technology to improvise it. This a German company, Bosch, promised 1 billion euros in development of HFC, and according to Bosch, the market for HFC in the future is going to be $21 billion by the end of this decade. They also promised that they will bring down the cost for hydrogen fuel cells. Thus, the cost for hydrogen fuel cell in the future is going to come down. On the other hand, combustion engines, the future for it looks bleak. The reason for that is the tighter emission regulations and the tighter fuel regulation that we're seeing. Also, the depleting resources of fossil fuels will lead to a higher cost of fuel. Thus, the cost for combustion engines is going to increase in the near future. A very important factor is the storage and handling of hydrogen. Hydrogen on board can be stored in two methods: compressed hydrogen and liquid hydrogen. The compressed hydrogen can be stored in a 20 or 40-foot container or TU that the shipping industry is already familiar with. The liquid hydrogen can be stored on board in a double-walled vacuum container insulated tank with a 304 stainless steel liner. Refueling of a ship with LS2 is similar to LNG bunkering. An LS2 can be stored in a dockside hydrogen station, as is being done currently in Hamburg, Germany, along the river Rhine. LS2 can also be brought to a ship through a bunker barge. These images depict some examples of LS2 transport. Note, all the containers are actually double-walled vacuum insulated tanks with 304 stainless steel linings. The image on to your left shows a proposed model that is being researched by the US Coast Guard for an LS2 ship. On the right-hand side, we see a dockside hydrogen station in Hamburg, Germany, that is along the river Rhine, as I said earlier. This hydrogen station serves various vessels, cars, buses, trucks, and ferries. The refueling of hydrogen is similar to LNG. The bunch of images show how we will be. Sorry. The bunch of images show the various ways through which we'll be bunkering LNG. The first image shows a shoreside tank, which will be storing hydrogen. The piping and connecting fuel arm is the second image below. The third image shows how we'll be transferring the fuel. And the fourth image shows an LS2 ship underway. The important difference between LS2 and LNG is that LS2 is non-toxic and is not a greenhouse gas. Even if vented or spilled, it quickly and completely evaporates with no harm to personnel or the environment. This is the proposed model of the US Coast Guard. Note, we will be storing LS2 on the topmost deck, thus reducing the chances of asphyxiation if there's a leakage of hydrogen. Thus, there will be no harm to personnel on board. We'd like to thank the Tulani Maritime Institute in Dury for providing us with an opportunity to do a research project on zero emission technology. I wish to
This is a
express my
10
sincere...
minutes reminder. This is a 10 minutes reminder. You have 2 minutes left.
Thank you. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Shankar Subramaniam sir and Mr. Ashish Kumar sir and my seniors for their constant guidance and encouragement in carrying out this research project. Now let us conclude. As the environmental regulations for the shipping industry has been increasingly tightened, hydrogen fuel cell is the solution. But for this pioneering project to be a success, it all depends on the shipping companies, the hydrogen manufacturers, governments, and port authorities to gather around and make it a success. Hydrogen fuel cell is the future, and hydrogen fuel cell is also one of the important projects for a clean ocean. Thank you.
This presentation was completed in 10 minutes and 50 seconds. 10 minutes and 50 seconds.
Thank you, Hitesh. Thank you, Cadet Byrne, for the excellent presentation and the excellent information provided on the particular topic, fuel cell. This is the hot topic, and everybody is aware of the situation at present, and everybody is looking for zero emission technology. So the forum is open for the question answer session. Judges, please ask them a question.
Good morning, Bevan.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, a good presentation, I would say. So you're talking about solid oxide fuel cell, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is the electrolyte that is used over here? You talked about other things, but what is the electrolyte that is used?
Sir, we'll be using as a
in the fuel cell
ceramic, sir, a porous ceramic.
So why its name is solid oxide? This particular fuel cell is called solid oxide fuel cell. Why it is called solid oxide fuel cell?
So yes, because of the ceramic that we'll be using, sir. So the name has been termed as solid oxide.
This is a fuel cell. Okay, all right. So can you tell us how much current can be generated from a single unit, and how much might be the power density of a comfortable size, because it needs to be packed up, no?
Yes, sir. So this depends on the type of ship that we'll be using. The bigger the ships, then the bigger will be.
Please understand my question.
Yes, sir.
Bevan, please understand my question. One fuel cell will produce some DC current, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Then to get substantial DC current, you have to pack it up. You have to connect all this in either series or parallel, correct?
Yes, sir.
That will take up some size. So for a standard size, you have any idea, then tell us, otherwise you can skip the question.
Sir, if you don't mind, Bevan, can I answer this question?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Any participant.
Yes, sir. Sir, as we know that the formula of Q is equal to CV. So we are using anode and cathode. So definitely there will be different potential, like positive charge and negative charge. So it acts as a capacitance. So Q is equal to CV and V is equal to Q by C. Now, what is capacitance? The formula of capacitance is epsilon A by D. So by arranging the area and the distance between the two anode and cathode, we'll generalize the value of the capacitance and we'll put in the equation and we'll find the value of V. Yeah, this is very correct that the value of V will be raised. But yeah, we'll use some of the method to decrease the electricity or the power and we'll store in the battery. Now, the electron, the Avogadro number is 6.022 into 10 to the power 23. Here in the diagram, the 4 electron is emitting from the circuit. So we'll multiply by 4 and we'll divide with the capacitance, and we'll get the voltage. Now, if we want to calculate the power, we can calculate through the value through the formula of voltage and current.
Okay. Anyway, you have answered something. That was not
my
question,
Kumar
nevertheless.
Thank you, sir.
Can I have some? Is there some time left?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can ask, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to ask 4 things. One is, what is the density of liquid hydrogen stored in the tanks? What is the cost of production of 1 kg of hydrogen? What is the calorific value of 1 kg of hydrogen? And what is the cost compared to the LNG?
So at the moment, the cost of hydrogen is 8 times that of LNG. Precise, sir. It's about 8 times.
And what is the density of liquid hydrogen?
So we'll be storing it around minus 297 Fahrenheit.
I'm asking what is the density of liquid hydrogen, not the storage temperature.
Harshvardhan, would you like to answer?
Sir, actually, the density will be lower than, means the density of hydrogen is so less. I don't know the correct value of the density of the hydrogen, sorry, sir. But the density is so less that it will escape, as mentioned in the PPT, in 7 seconds, 4,000 gallons of hydrogen can escape in the atmosphere. That's why we are exposing the atmospheric tank, the tank we are storing, the tank in which we are storing hydrogen is exposed to the environment. So this much information that I know, sir.
Okay. And what is the cost of producing 1 kg of hydrogen?
So the cost will be high, but
there are actually various methods of producing hydrogen, sir.
Tell me the cheapest method.
Cheapest method is using carbonates. But the problem with that is that you will have CO2 emissions. So the way which we can reduce it is by electrolysis process. But sir, it is expensive. Electrolysis process.
How much expensive?
It is about 1 kg will be around 8,000 euros, sir. To electrolysis process.
Okay. And what is the calorific value of 1 kg of hydrogen?
So it is 120 megajoules per kg, sir.
And how much energy is required to produce this 1 kg of hydrogen?
So there is no energy required, sir, because it will be giving us. We'll only be using air, and as the process goes ahead, you will get electric power. But we do not have to create a certain environment as such. They will react because it's an exothermic reaction, sir. So it will be getting energy.
And how about producing hydrogen by zinc plus sulfuric acid in presence of magnesium dioxide as catalyst?
Sir, there are various methods which we can produce hydrogen. That the best method can only be decided by hydrogen manufacturers, sir. Because
this is the cheapest method we have been seeing for last 50 years, which is being filled up in balloons on the roadside.
Yes, sir.
If it was very expensive, then they won't make it like that.
Yes, sir. The cost is the main factor, sir. So the best way you can do it is if the hydrogen manufacturers come together and try and carry out research, because there are various methods. It's a completely different study into that field, because the number we can create hydrogen to ammonia through various different methods. So, but the most cost effective is actually the one at the moment is carbonate, but it does create emissions. And the only way we can reduce it or eliminate emissions completely is through electrolysis. And over there, we need more research. That is why we're having various companies' investments into this field. It is a futuristic. At the moment, yes, it's not feasible, but in the future, yes, it will be. It will be
So
feasible.
people are using Gilbert's yacht has got this hydrogen cell system to generate power. Anyway, so thank you very much. This was a nice presentation, and keep it up. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Bevan, for the excellent presentation, excellent question association. There are a number of questions. Questions are actually flooding for each and every presentation. This itself tells that how people are interested in knowing more about each and every topic. Each topic is really of great importance and the interest to everyone. So I will stop here. I will not take the many questions from here on because we are running a bit late. So thanks once again, Bevan.
Thank you,
You can stop your sharing.
Thank you.
For the next presentation, I think just give me a minute. My laptop is running out of battery. There is some issue with some laptop charger, so I have switched off to the.
Okay, Sudhir. The next presenter is from Great Eastern Shipping, Cadet Abhishek Kumar Pandey and others.
Yes.
That was the schedule, so you can invite them.
Okay. This presentation topic is green technology, and it is from the Great Eastern. I hope they have switched on their videos.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So start your screen and start your presentation.
So can we start?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good morning, judges and my fellow cadets. It's nice to see so many of you here today. Thank you all for coming. We are presenting on behalf of Great Eastern Institute of Maritime Studies. Today, we would like to present the topic green technology. By way of introduction, I am Cadet Abhishek Kumar Pandey from GME 50 batch. Allow me to introduce my teammates, Cadet Nilanjan Jena.
Good morning, one and all.
He will be speaking about causes and effects of emissions from marine industry. And my other teammate, Cadet Bhim Shankar Pathak.
Good morning, everyone.
He will explain the remedies to deal with this adversity, a bit about MARPOL, and finally, I shall conclude by summarizing the main points of the topic. If you have any questions, you can feel free to ask at the end of the presentation. Now I shall call upon Cadet Nilanjan Jena to focus on the main points.
Thank you, Cadet Abhishek Pandey. I would like to throw some light on the topic green technology. Green technology focuses on reducing the carbon footprint and it is environment friendly. It is mainly achieved through the measures such as improving the efficiency design index and reducing the fuel consumption. I would like to discuss some of the effects of the marine pollution on environment. Firstly, global warming. The gradual heating up of the Earth's surface, oceans, and the atmosphere is caused by the human activity. Primarily, the burning of the fossil fuels that pump the carbon dioxide, methane, and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. The greenhouse gases stresses the ecosystem through the temperature rise, water shortages, increased fire threats, increased seawater level, and melting of the polar ice, as shown in these pictures. Secondly, acid rain. Acid rain or the acid deposition is a broad term that includes any form of precipitation with acidic components such as sulfuric or the nitric acid that fall on the ground from the atmosphere in the wet or the dry forms. Acid rain has adverse impacts on the forests, freshwaters, soils, killing insect and aquatic life forms, causing paint to peel off, corrosion of the steel structures such as bridges, and weathering of stone buildings and statues, as well as having impacts on human health. Contribution by the marine industry. A brief idea about IMO. What is an IMO? It was felt at the beginning of the last century that there was a need of an universal governing body that in turn laid down rules and standards to regulate the shipping process and the industry worldwide. Now, when we talk about the contribution by the marine industry, studies done by IMO. IMO predicted in 2007 annual fuel consumption of 389 million ton would rise to 426 million ton by 2020. Sulfur dioxide emission will increase from 16.2 million ton to 22.7 million ton, and annual carbon dioxide increment from 11.20 million ton to 14.75 million ton. I would like to present some more data in front of you in form of pie chart.
that will show the carbon dioxide emission from different types of merchant ships on the basis of the flag state. From the Panama registered ship, the carbon dioxide emission is about 47%, that is 434.28 million ton, holding the record of the highest carbon dioxide emission. And Malta, being the country with the least carbon dioxide emission, that is 5%, that is 56.2 million ton. And finally, cumulative result of other 207 flag states is about 6%, that is 55.44 million ton. Now I shall invite Cadet Bhim Shankar Pathak to continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cadet Neelanjan Jena. As we have been discussing the causes and effects so far, and now it is time to focus on remedies. Under this part, I will explain how we can reduce the pollution and carbon emission from merchant ships. Now I would like to discuss about some regulations made by the MARPOL Annex 6. This is the regulations on energy efficiency for ships. It makes it mandatory for all ships of 400 gross tonnage and above to use the Energy Efficiency Design Index EEDI for new ships and the Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan SEEMP for all ships, which is already implemented from 1st January 2013. Here, I would like to explain principles of EEDI and SEEMP. EEDI is defined as the ratio of impact to environment to the benefit to the society. EEDI is basically a number accounting for the amount of CO2 generated per ton mile of cargo carried. Thus, we can conclude a higher EEDI value indicates a less energy efficient ship. On the other hand, SEEMP is basically a ship efficiency specific plan for improving the operational energy efficiency of the ship. So for a smaller EEDI value, we have the more energy efficient ship design. Now I want to emphasize on energy efficiency design index optimization methods that can be obtained by using wind power, by using solar power, by using variable speed pumps, fans, etc., by reducing onboard power demand, and many more. Basically, we are using these methods for reducing the pollution. Next, coming to the ship energy efficiency management plan reduction measures, which can be achieved by voyage execution, by using weather routing, by reducing auxiliary power, by improving the hull condition, by advanced hull coating, and by engine tuning and monitoring. Apart from the methods explained above, there are many such future concepts which are currently on a verge of completion. Such concepts are using solar panel operated ships and NYK super eco ships. Now, I would like to show a video explaining how we can minimize the pollution and consumption of fuel by using futuristic eco-friendly vessels. We can use alternative energy sources that are solar energy, wind energy, etc. Solar energy can be collected by using photovoltaic panels. Wind energy can be captured by using 3 composite cells that can be unfolded and rotated. These alternative sources of electrical energy will be complemented by fuel cells, which has 2 products, few water vapor and heat. We use 12 fully submerged horizontal fins. They contribute to wave energy and propulsion. We use 2 electrical pod propeller system for greater efficiency and maneuverability. After the implementation of EEDI, the reduction factors which are given in percentage relative to the reference line of each ship and the data from 2013 to 2025 is estimated and is expected to reduce 0 to 30% from January 1st, 2025, which are shown in this chart. Next point on which I like to focus is carbon footprint. A carbon footprint is the total amount of greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide and methane, that are generated by marine ships, including our actions. However, the effect of marine pollution and carbon footprints are on the rise by inefficient ship operation and marine human activities. Next to it, I would like to emphasize on some processes to reduce the carbon footprints. We can do it by speed selection and route planning, by trim optimization, by using proper autopilot setting and minimal fuel usage, and many more which are listed below. Now, I shall request our team member, Cadet Abhishek Kumar Pandey, to conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cadet Bhim Shankar Pathak. Now I will concluding by summarizing the main points of the topic. The maritime energy transition from fossil to renewable is a complex issue that will not happen overnight, however, achieved in small steps. The IMO has set regulations demanding maritime operations to implement green technology. Significant reduction of CO2 emissions from ships can be done by Energy Efficiency Design Index and Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan regulations. Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan to be realized first, and then Energy Efficiency Design Index should be implemented in all new ships. Futuristic vessels are empowered with solar power and wind power. Hence, we can say the progress and success of the maritime energy transition rest on the government action plans will take in the upcoming years. These are the references for our source of information during the time of project. Now, I would like to have a sincere gratitude to our institute, Great Eastern Institute of Maritime Studies, and all the faculty members. Hope our presentation was quite educational. Thank you for your patience listening. Any questions, please?
So just to inform you, this presentation took about 10 minutes and 37 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Harshit. Bhim Shankar Pathak and the team for the excellent presentation on the green technology. You basically talked about EEDI improvement methodologies and other things so that your carbon footprints can be reduced. So the session is open for the question and answer session. Judges.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning, team Great Eastern.
Good morning, sir.
Abhishek.
Good morning, sir.
You talked about what is being done for your global warming gas reduction emission. And while talking about futuristic ship, you talk about wave energy harnessing. You showed that video where from down below, from that particular boat, the wave energy was being harnessed. So yes, don't you think when you try to harness wave energy from below the ship, it will cause additional resistance, and then again it will fail because it will cause additional resistance. You have to again propel the ship with more thrust. So again, energy will be required. So what is your comment on that?
Yes, sir. But with by using 12 fully submerged horizontal fins, I think you're talking about that. So they use the wave energy harness, responsible for wave energy harnessing. But also we use the two-pod propellers, sir. And these are the propulsion system consisting of an integrated electrical motor and propeller unit mounted on the same shaft. And thus this will neutralize what will be harnessed by the fins, so that I think that this can be maintained with using the pod propellers.
So do you want just to neutralize the power generated by
no, sir. Only energy? Yes, sir.
It should have some positive, no? Whatever energy is being harnessed by wave, and whatever electricity is being produced, because of which the additional power which is coming to the pod should be additional.
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Anyway, so that was my question.
So this is Arvind Kumar. Can I ask something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All yours, sir.
Okay, now can you tell me, is it more important to reduce the carbon dioxide or is it more important to reduce SOx and NOx emissions? If you have a choice to separate them and have an opportunity to reduce one of them. SOx and NOx reducing now anyway because of the engine designs and cap on sulfur. And CO2, how can we reduce CO2 in the atmosphere?
Yes, of course, sir. We want to reduce both, but CO2 emission is very harmful for our atmosphere, as we know. So the NYK, which is Japan-based company, this is that make the super eco ships, which is up to 2050. Their aim is to reduce the CO2 emission up to 69%, and also they will reduce by using solar power and wind power. So they will reduce the fuel consumption up to 30% up to 2050. And they are working on lesser the emission of CO2. But of course, we want to sulfur emission, reduce the sulfur emission also. Thank you, sir.
Okay, CO2 can be reduced by burning magnesium in CO2. By burning magnesium silicate in CO2 atmosphere, that forms the carbon plus magnesium carbonate. So, anybody using that technology to reduce CO2 in the atmosphere?
No, sir. I think the companies are working on basically the less utilization of fuel so that the CO2 emission will be minimized.
Sir, for magnesium, it is very much combustible. And I think today, where we are standing now, no machines is made to control the combustion of magnesium-based fuels.
Yeah, at present it might not be available, but the research is going on.
Yes, sir.
And magnesium can burn inside CO2 also because it is more reactive than carbon.
Yes, sir.
So carbon will leave the oxygen and magnesium will attach itself to the carbon and oxygen.
Yes, sir.
A little bit of carbon will be left plus magnesium carbon. So
Yes,
this
this
thing is
concept
going
is
on.
very good, but the problem is that its combustion process cannot be handled by normal machineries.
So even H2, hydrogen and hydrogen cells and all that, we don't have a normal machinery to handle that kind of thing. Even if you are burning LNG, you require specialized machinery and equipment to burn LNG on the ships also. So anyway, that is in research stage. So in future it might come. I just wanted to ask you whether you heard about that or not. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One more question, last question. There is one faculty of TMI has been asking questions for each presentation. So I should take this question. The name of the faculty is Jitendra Singh Pal. His question is to you that is there any relation between the fuel being used and the EEDI? Is there any?
Yes, sir.
Is there any direct relation between fuel being consumed and the EEDI? That's the question.
Yes, sir. The EEDI value is to study the relationship, and that is used to estimate the emission of both the main and green fuel gases. So, of course, there is a relation. Because EEDI is basically can be calculated by the formula of power into specific fuel oil consumption into carbon factor upon deadweight into speed. So of course there is a relation direct proportional to the consumption of the fuel oil.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team, for the excellent presentation and excellent question answer session for this topic being presented. You can stop this sharing.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the next presentation is from the team IMU, Mr. Saksham Jaiswal and his team. I hope they are ready with their presentation.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes. Yes. Okay. So you can start the presentation. Your time starts now.
Good morning to our session chairman, Dr. Singhadi, all the esteemed panelists, and my fellow mates. We all know that we are facing tough time right now due to coronavirus. I would like to thank the Transtech organizer to make this event possible. So we, the cadets of Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus, myself, Cadet Sakshan Jaspal, Cadet Kundan Kumar, and Cadet Jay Singh would like to present our paper presentation on life cycle analysis of a ship. Life cycle analysis, as the name suggests, provides a rigorous analysis of the environmental impact of all the stages of the product. This analysis helps manufacturers make decisions that help in improving processes, product, and services. The LCA is a holistic approach that evaluates the environmental impact of the product. LCA quantifies the impact of each component of the product from raw material to its variant. And LCA strengths are at standardized methodology and high degree of accuracy. So let's start our voyage. Ship's life cycle starts from extracting raw material from Earth itself, identification and quantification of energy and resources used, and environmental releases to the air, water, and land. The main material used in shipbuilding is steel plates, coils, rods, etc. The rational use of these materials should not only reduce energy consumption and the negative impact on environment, but also give economic gains to the shipbuilders. For example, raw material generates 84% of total carbon emission, carbon generation, transportation 6%, production 7%, and the usage generates 3%. Shipbuilding, designing, then crafting, assembling, painting, trials, fitting, and then launching, and then finally delivering the vessel. It usually takes about 6 to 7 months. When ship is finally afloat, it starts her journey on water. Here, what can be improved is that using low weight alternative materials, pressing instead of line melting, in which acetylene is used, which emits CO2. For example, a steel plate of 6 meter length, 2 meter breadth, 16 millimeter of thickness, and curvature of 3 meter produces 12.1 kg of carbon dioxide. Evolution of marine fuel usage. Earlier ships were propelled by winds. Then around 19th century, steam propelled ships came. Then after World War II, heavy fuels comes in picture. Now in coming future, hydrogen propelled ships, solar powered ships, or wave energy can be the next fuel source. So future is really exciting. Fuel consumption. Panamax ships carries huge amount of fuel, more than 1 million gallon in one go. If we talk about consumption, 8,000 TEU ship consumes about 225 tons of bunker fuels a day. An amazing thing I would like to share is that just dropping 3 knots in speed from 24 knots, ships can save 33% of their fuel. So now we all see slow streaming ships because it helps in cost cutting. On a global scale, we can see the pollution caused by marine industry. Pollution can be divided into 2 parts. First, generated from marine engine and auxiliary, and then comes pollution generated by hull, human error, human waste, etc. So first, we would like to start with pollution caused by auxiliaries and engines. In this slide, we can see that marine industry is the 6th largest producer of greenhouse gases if it was a country, even more than country Germany. So atmospheric pollution from marine shipping. CO2 dissolves with seawater and makes the seawater acidic, whereas sulfur oxides is the main cause of acid rain infection, many infections and respiratory infections too. Nitrogen oxide traps O2 in blood and can eventually lead to heart failure, whereas particulate matter cause smog when mixed with fog. Breathing in smog is equivalent to smoking 100 cigarettes a day. So these are the other pollutions: ballast water pollution, human waste, noise pollution, marine collision, and oil spills. Oil spills usually happens due to aging hull or human error. It's really difficult to clean and have decades long impacts. Wildlife pollution. Usually ships tries to choose a path, not interfering large waves, etc. But sometimes collision do happen, and it is 3 out of 4 times fatal to the mammal. Sound pollution. Noise produced by ships can interfere marine animals' communication, which can result in whales getting separated from their pods, fishes from their schools. Waste water and food. Cruise ships lines dispose gray and black water in sea in thousands of gallons every day. Ballast water. Imagine a ship takes ballast water from Pacific Ocean and discharges that water in Arabian Sea. So you can imagine new marine lives are added, which can create imbalance in the local ecosystem. We have seen this in Great Lakes and United States. So after 20 to 25 years of sea voyaging, a ship usually comes to its end. Taking parts of ships in order to get metal from its part and to sell its part in scrap is known as ship recycling. Big liners usually sells these ships to scrapyard owners. They beach them, remove valuables, and dismantle it in various parts. Then it is re-rolled and steel comes back to the market. Around 20% of Indian steel comes from scrapping alone. 90% of ships are dismantled in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and China. Due to strict environmental policies in EU and United States, this business shifted towards Indian subcontinent in 1980s. Alang in India, Chattagong in Bangladesh, and Garwani port in Pakistan are major scrapping ports in the world. So how to improve recycling? Environmental hazard and condition of workers undermines the noble cause of recycling. So we would like to suggest 3 things which can change this picture. Asbestos and PCB CFCs were usually used earlier due to their superior quality, but now they are banned. So alternate is required. Investing in R&D will surely help. Maintaining IHM. Since IMU adopted Hong Kong Convention in 2009, maintaining IHM helps recyclers to know what dangers are they dealing with. And last, to make the ship easy to dismantle, standardizing various parts, providing a dismantling manual can reduce risk at yards. So recommendations. Government should provide assessment to various projects and make them available at yards. Military yard should teach their private counterparts. Government has introduced new scrapping policies in recent budget. So steps are taken, but not that firmly it should be. So I would like to talk about the Recycling Act of 2019. It defines what recycling is and prohibits the use of hazardous material. Ship owners now have to maintain IHM and have to obtain a certificate from government, which will be valid for 5 years. We would like to thank our HOD, IME Mumbai Port Campus, Mr. Hariram Hare sir, for guiding us in making of this paper. We would also like to thank our professor, Mr. Shashank Bani sir, for suggesting us to go forward with this subtheme. Conclusion. The great thing about LC is that it doesn't consider one aspect. It looks at the bigger picture by analyzing the whole life cycle of the product, from raw material extraction to disposal, or if recycling is possible. And by looking at different factors like energy consumption, carbon emissions, and pollution in each stage, the holistic view from cradle to grave enables us to identify how to minimize products' impact on the environment. So these are the references. As we know, every element of the universe, including human life, humans have a life cycle. Now, you all have seen how it works. You won't be able to resist paying attention to the life cycle of everything around you and to compare the impact that each product has in order to make conscientious choices for you. Thank you.
So to continue, this presentation took about 8 minutes and 40 seconds.
Can you repeat what is the time?
8 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, 8 minutes, 40 seconds. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saksham and the team for the presentation on life cycle analysis of a ship. And this presentation was from IMU Mumbai. The session is open for the question and answer session.
Yeah, this is Arvind Kumar here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. I just want to ask 2 simple questions. You have used the word gallon in your presentation twice.
Yes, sir.
So just tell me how many liters in a US gallon and how many liters in a British gallon?
So 110 is in US gallon, 110 meter cubic, and we don't know about that British one.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else, please go ahead. Yeah, thank you. Anybody else wants to ask a question, you can go ahead.
Anybody else would like to ask any question, judges? There is a question. Okay. So there is a question. He hasn't mentioned his name there. It is anonymous attendee. The question is, how do we estimate life of a ship?
Life of a ship start from extracting raw material itself. We, as a common, if we are not in this marine industry, a common person will know that when a ship comes on the sea, then the life cycle starts. But that's not the right answer. So my answer would be the stage from ordering the ship and extracting raw materials to its very end, when ships are recycled in Alang or Chittagong, till its very end. The whole that span is known as life of the ship.
Okay. So there is one more question from Mr. Jitendra Singh Pal. He's a faculty from Tolani. The question is, how does a life cycle assessment of a ship help evaluate the impact of current energy systems used on board?
Sir, life cycle assessment has not been explored in this marine industry till now. But some countries, especially the Nordic countries, have made it compulsory to disclose and give information of all the environmental data of their product. So it really has a yes, sir. That's the answer. So in the coming future, it will be a helping tool for the marine industry to know where from which part of their shipbuilding or ship recycling the most impact on the environment is coming.
Okay. I hope those two questions are being answered. Anybody would like to ask? I can take one more question. Okay. Thank you, Saksham. Thanks a lot for the presentation. You can stop sharing your screen. Saksham, please stop the screen which you are sharing. Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot. So that's the end of the session. Just to summarize what we did in today's session, I'm actually thrilled to see some of the presentations on various topics. The topics ranging from miracle coating, 3-in-1 miracle coating. The another topic was related to the fuel cell, zero emission technology. The third topic was to improve the energy efficiency design index. Number of methodologies have been suggested. And the fourth topic was life cycle analysis of a ship. So if you see, it gives a great satisfaction to chair such session wherein the topics are ranging from all the topics which are currently the hot topics for maritime industry. So in fact, one of the cadet who was from first year, who has given an excellent presentation on this miracle coating, and the question answer session was really excellent, and he could answer it thoroughly. He took only 9 minutes and 10 seconds to complete the presentation. The second presentation, again from the TMI, who took only 10 minutes and 50 seconds. He has talked about fuel cell technology, hydrogen as an alternative fuel, though the cost is very high, but there was a good coordination between for the question answer session. The third presentation was from the Great Eastern, the team who talked about energy efficiency design index and how to improve that energy efficiency design index. Another excellent presentation. They took around 10 minutes, 13 minutes for the entire presentation. And the last presentation was by IMU, Mumbai. They talked about various aspects of life cycle analysis of a ship. So just to summarize, one quote is there in my mind. That a quote says, technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers is the transformational. That's what this Transtech is all about. So thanks a lot. All the presentations being provided by the teams. Thanks a lot, the judges. and the host. So that is the end from my end.
Thank you, sir. Before we go ahead, I request you and the judges and all the participants, all the presenters, to please switch on your cameras so we can have a quick photo. And just give me a second. Is Abhijit? Has Abhijit left the session? Okay. Smile, please, all of you all. Keep smiling. Okay, thank you, sir.
What a great technical session this was. I'm sure everyone thoroughly enjoyed and learned so much today. Thank you to Dr. Sudhir Sindhigi for taking out your valuable time and hosting this session. A great mind like you will do justice to the evaluation. Over to you, Tsunami.
Well, that was an amazing display of talent put up by all the authors and co-authors. And with this, we have come to the end of the second technical session of Transtech 2021. Let us not forget that to even get a chance to be one of these 12 papers selected for presenting out of the total 47 full-length papers we received is a commendable achievement in itself. So let us all pour our best wishes for each and every participant out there because they deserve every bit of it. We shall now begin with the third technical session of Transtech 2021. Our session chair for this session is Dr. Anjali Deshpande, who joined Tolani Maritime Institute in the year 2000 as an assistant lecturer and is presently an associate professor in the Applied and Social Sciences Department. She's an approved PhD guide in the Indian Maritime University and has received her BSc, MSc, and PhD degree in mathematics. She was a Lloyd's Register Foundation sponsored scholar for her research work at the University of Southampton in the United Kingdom. She is a reviewer of peer-reviewed journals under Elsevier Journals and has also reviewed papers for the Journal of the Institution of Engineers, India, Series C. She has authored 2 books and has published several papers in leading national and international peer-reviewed journals and conferences in India and abroad. She has received certification from MHRD and British Council as a trainer for undergraduate and postgraduate faculty for research-based pedagogical tools. She has guided several undergraduate and postgraduate projects, some of which were projects based in the industry. Apart from this, Dr. Deshpande has obtained training from IIT Kanpur, IIT Madras, CDAC Pune, and CSI Mumbai. She is a life member of the Indian Society for Technical Education and has held various academic and administrative portfolios during her tenure of 29 years in the academia. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, for that nice introduction. So without any further delay, let's get started with the technical session 3 of Transtech 21. So let us just see the papers. Yeah, so in this session, we are going to have the paper from the cadets from INU Kolkata. That's Anirban Bhattacharjee, Sayan Das, and Saptak Vishwas. And they are going to read a paper titled Magnus Rotors for Breaker Stability and Maneuverability of Ships. Next, we'll have a paper from the cadets from Manit Pune, K. Roy and H. Sadavarte. And they'll be reading a paper on advancement of sensor technologies in shipping. And from HIMT Chennai, cadets Sayantan Mondal and Ronak Dan, they will read the paper on DG shipping. And finally, we'll have a paper called Theorizing the Basic Framework of Machine Learning, including the capabilities, applications, and limitations in maritime industry. And this will be from the home team, TMI, Ritik, Yadav, and others. So let me just read out the rules for the paper presentation. So each paper is going to be given 12 minutes. There'll be a time check which will be provided at the end of 10 minutes and 12 minutes. The question and answer session will be for a maximum of 3 minutes. Please remember, cadets, that there is going to be a weightage for time management as part of the evaluation. And of course, you must share your presentation yourselves. And if there is a power failure or any other internet issue, then one of the other cadets, that is the co-authors, can just take over and continue, right? So I hope that you all have got the rules right. Let me just see, judges, are you there?
Yeah, we are there.
Anand Thakur, Mr. Arvind Kumar, and Shailendra Kumar, sir, you're there?
Yeah, we are here.
We all are there. We all are here.
Thank you, thank you. So let's just begin with the first paper. So may I now invite Cadet Anirban Bhattacharjee, Cadet Sayan Das, Cadet Saptak Vishwas for their paper, and please put on your videos and let me see that you are in readiness. Yes, Cadet Anirban, you will be presenting.
Yes, ma'am. And
Yes.
with my fellow cadet Saptak Vishwas, he's having some problems with his video. So
Yes,
he'll be
that's fine.
joining us through the audio itself.
With the audio
Ma'am,
itself.
is my screen being presented?
Yes,
Ma'am,
yes.
is my screen being
See your
presented?
screen? Yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
So are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Saptak,
Yes.
are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
What about the other presenter? Somebody else is there?
Ma'am, Cadet Senior Cadet Sayan Das, he's on a sale currently. So he
Oh,
got
he's
placed.
on a sale. Okay, 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 okay.
He got placed.
So yes, okay. So let's get started with you. So your
Yes.
time will start now, right? So your time starts now. You can start.
A very pleasant good morning to esteemed judges, panel of esteemed company professionals, and my fellow pleasanters. I am Cadet Anirban Bhattacharjee, roll number 8797, second year cadet of Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus, erstwhile DMET, with my fellow cadet
Saptak Biswas and roll number 8940 from the same institution as well.
We are going to present our paper on Magnus rotors for greater stability and maneuverability of ships.
Let us divide the history of Leitner rotors by the display of timeline. On the first interception of Leitner rotor in the Bacau in 1924, which set sail for America in 1926. Few years down the line in 1980, the interest in Leitner rotor peaked for feasibility of the propulsion system, and finally in 2007, various companies approached the idea, resulting in 1500 proposals.
With the world economy, which is dependent on imports and exports from country to country, large shipping fleets are essential for transporting huge number of products. But cargo ships have their own drawbacks. It is predicted that they contribute 3% of CO2 emissions, 9% of global sulfur dioxide emissions, and between 18 to 30% of nitrous oxide emissions.
The Magnus effect uses the principles from Bernoulli's equation. Bernoulli's equation states that if the velocity of a moving fluid is increased, the pressure must decrease. When a cylinder rotates in a moving fluid, it experiences a lift. This happens due to differential that arise mainly in the upper and lower portions of the cylinder.
The Magnus effect affects all rotating bodies and cylinders flowing through a fluid. As the basketball picks up speed in the air, in the front side of the ball is going in the same direction as the spin. Therefore, it is getting dragged along the ball and deflects. But on the other side, it is moving on the opposite to the ball spin, and the flow separates and the ball is pushed in one direction. This was theorized by H.G. Magnus in the year 1852. Wind propulsion systems are getting introduced in large bulk carriers on the principles of Magnus effect. The air on one side of the rotor is accelerated, while on the other side it is slowed down, which causes the lift. The first use of Magnus rotors was by the company Flettner Rotor in the year 1924. This force is thus known as the Magnus force. As rightly quoted by Sir Alfred Lord Tennyson, we cannot direct the wind, but we can adjust our sails. Thus, keeping this quote in our minds, let us now dive deep onto the use of rotating cylinders underwater fixed on the hull surface. In this slide, we have created a 3D modeling representation of our idea. The main idea is to use Magnus rotors on the spinning cylinders attached on the hull surface and use the same for ship stability and also an additional turning force source. This 3D model adeptly depicts the design that can be implemented, and also the cylinders will be turned by variable electric motors and the orientation would be achieved by hydraulic controls. The rotors are fit in a mechanism which doesn't restrict the degrees of motion. The control of the rotor can use backstepping methods with sliding mode controlling methods. It will also be using RAK, rec design structure, so that it can be rotated back into the hull. Using Magnus rotors for stabilization and maneuvering requires rotors to be placed at intervals from the stern to the bow.
The rotor are installed on both sides of the hull and are fitted in slots in the hull where it can be kept retracted. To attain roll attenuation, the rotors on both sides rotate in opposite direction according to the direction of the flow. The moment produced by rotors is substantial and decreased to roll to a minimum. Turning force analysis for maneuvering. Aligning the rotor as per the steam force directions, turning force is generated that will keep maneuver the ship. This feature of designing the rotors to produce enough force for turning the ship makes it immensely versatile rather than being only for stabilization. Here we have calculated the theoretical lift force per rotor at 15400 Newton and drag force per rotor at 962.8 Newton. By the Kutta-Jowski theorem, for lift force on a cylinder, the drag force can be minimized by making rotors cross-sectional area more tapered. This design reduces the coefficient of drag by a huge amount. The rotor is made from lightweight composite material. The use of material ensures maximum performance of the rotor to withstand all weather conditions. Opting lightweight material also means systems are typically 0.01% of vessel's dead weight.
Now let us dive on to some of the merits and demerits of the application-based system we have proposed. The total force that is generated can be used on roll damping, unlike the fin structure, which has force components not contributing to the roll attenuation. It has higher efficiency at lower speeds and flexibility on positioning of the rotors. It has higher lift coefficient than the fins. Some of the demerits of the system are use of large electric power and a complex mechanical system to automate, on which we are working currently to simplify the mechanical system possible using the rec design that I also mentioned during the 3D modeling presentation. There have been current innovations in the system, starting from Inarcon E-Ship 1 in 2010 with 4 rotor cells, moving forward into 2011's Eclipse Super Yachts with maximum rotor-based systems, to 2012's MS Viking with LNG powered and rotor cells, and coming forward to Norse powered Flettner rotors for engine stabilization in the Max Pelican. And finally, by 2030, EU forecast that 10,700 Magnus rotors cells would be installed in tankers and bulk carriers. Thank you so much. I am opening the floor to questions now. I believe we have tried our best to give the presentation. Being this paper a very theoretical paper, but we are always looking forward for getting an opportunity to work on this idea on a very practical level as depicted from the 3D design. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anirban.
Good
Yes,
morning,
Hitesh?
ma'am.
Yes, good morning.
Good afternoon, ma'am. The presentation
afternoon.
is completed in 6 minutes and 30 seconds. 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll just note it. 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
30 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Hitesh. So, judges, over to you. All yours.
Yeah, this is Arvind Kumar here. Anirban, can you please tell me the size of this one Magnus rotor on a 150,000 tonner bulk carrier? Approximate dimensions and the weight.
So that is the practical application we have not looked forward to right now. That is part of the practical application, sir. We have to install and see in a practical application level on a hull how much it is coming out to. We have just calculated the drag force and calculated that it can help reduce the amount of fuel that can be used on a ship by 2 to 3% from every year.
No, that okay, I understand. I just wanted to know the dimensions and how much it will weigh. And won't the ship become too top heavy if you put Magnus sails on that, or you require extra ballast for that?
In the materials, we have stated that we will be using carbon fiber lightweight material for this particular reason itself, so that the ship doesn't become heavy. And also to, as we all know that attaching anything on the hull makes the ship less efficient. So we'll be using a rake design structure wherein the Magnus rotors can be retracted back onto the hull surface whenever required, during a stormy condition or whenever required.
And what is the RPM of these rotors?
So it was should I open the slide and show you or from here itself?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So I have not calculated the RPM up till now, sir.
Okay, what kind of bearing you will?
Application.
What kind of bearings you will use for keeping the rotor in alignment and at the top and at the bottom? What is the size will be, of course, as per the rotor diagram?
It will be answered by Saptak, sir. Saptak?
Can you please repeat the question one more time?
What kind of bearings you will use for rotor?
Sir, basically we are not onto that now because what kind of bearings will be used and specifically what kind of proper materials we cannot say, still we are getting onto field now. But for now, it can be assumed that roller bearings can be used for better rolling purposes.
Okay, and what is the biggest size ship which has used rotor sails till now? Yeah, can you hear me?
So can you repeat the question? Hello.
What is the size of the biggest ship which has used these rotor sails till now?
So it was used by it was Max Pelican tanker, which was powered by Norse power rotor sails, which has used the biggest. The sail structure we are implementing, sir. The sail that has been implemented was only for propulsion systems, but currently we are using this for the purpose of maneuvering and stability of the ship.
No, that is okay.
Yes, sir. That was used by Max Pelican.
So this is the purpose of the Magnus rotors, which was earlier used. Now which we are going to use it, both are that the thing is different. It is not only for propulsion now, it's for getting stability and for other maneuvering purposes too. So it is not used still now. And also if it is used, then also it is only for in experimentation level, like in small yachts or boat like that.
Sir, I did not ask the purpose. I asked what is the biggest size of the ship on which it has been used.
Yes, sir. It has been used in Max tankers, 252-meter long. Max Pelican. Max Pelican tanker is the name of the ship. It was powered by Norse power.
So what was the size of that ship? That is what I am asking.
The size 252 meters, sir, and the rotor cells were 30 into 5. There were 5 rotor cells of 30 meters each.
Okay, size of the ship. Okay, Anirban, thank you very much. It is nice. You are from IMU campus, Bombay, right?
Kolkata, sir. DMIT Kolkata.
Kolkata, okay, very nice. You are looking very smart. Good get up, huh?
Sir,
go ahead. Anybody else wants to ask a question? Please go ahead now. I'm finished.
Mr. Anand Thakur, would you like to ask something? Or Shailendra Kumar, sir? No, sir. Any other questions from the judges side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anirban, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you said that this Magnus rotor is to be extracted and retracted.
Yes, sir.
Correct? For rolling stability. So you see, is this system going to work like active fin stabilizers where it is in a feedback mode? That means after the ship has rolled, then you try to correct the roll, or is there some kind of feed forward? Feed forward is required over here, so that somehow you are going to anticipate the roll and going to correct the roll before it's going to happen. So is it that kind of thing or what?
So in the second last slide, as we discuss on the merits and demerits of the system, we have stated that how different this will be from the fins. As you stated in the question, that would the rotors roll out after the sail has started or not? So first of all, discussing on the fins, the total force that is generated, how it is better than the fins. The total force that is generated can be used for roll damping, unlike the fins, which has force components not contributing to roll attenuation. So this is a plus point for our system, and also that it has higher lift coefficient than the fins, because Magnus rotor cells obviously uses the lift coefficient. So that is one of the things, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. So there are some questions from the attendees. Again, once there is a question from our faculty. So I'll just read out the question to you. So this is our faculty, Jitendra Singh Pal, and his question is any vibration measurement technique used on this rotor? That is the question.
Yes. Vibration measurement techniques have not yet been implemented on this rotor. As I again said, this is still under research. We are still in second year. Whatever possible happened during the lockdown, we have tried to study that. Coming to a practical aspect level, we have not really moved on to the vibration point of view.
Yeah. Okay, and just one question is there by an anonymous attendee. Can we solely depend on rotor sails even when we are in congested waters?
No, absolutely not. This is an alternative we have created. We cannot always, because in the fin structure that is implemented in some ships, they are not using the fin structures for congested areas as well. This is for the high seas, only for the high seas, for increasing the roll attenuation, thus decreasing the use of the fuel by 2 to 4% on a whole average.
Yes. Okay, so I think there are no other questions. So thank you very much, Cadet Anirban and his team. Thank you very much. So you can stop.
Thank you.
And thank you. So now the next, so you can stop screen sharing. Anirban, you can stop sharing the screen. I'll just invite the next team now. The next team is from Manet Pune, K. Roy and H. Sadavate, cadets K. Roy and H. Sadavate, and their paper is titled Advancements of Sensor Technologies in Shipping. So can I have the cadets from Manet Pune? Are you there? Yes, cadets, are you ready? We are not able to get the sound.
Cadet Roy, you have to unmute yourself.
Please unmute yourself. Yes, presenters, just unmute yourself, okay?
Cadet K. Roy, you have to unmute yourself. At the bottom left corner, there is a mic. You click that.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, Cadet Roy, you are now audible. Yes. So.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry for the confusion.
Yes.
I'll just share my screen real fast.
Yeah, and H. Sadavarte, he's there with you.
Yes, he's here with me.
So can
Ashal, can you please turn on your video, please?
Can you just turn on your video? No, maybe. So is he there? Because we can't see him actually.
Really sorry for the confusion. He must be having some trouble with the network.
Okay. No issues. All right, no problem. So just give me a check when you're ready to start, okay?
Is the screen sharing on?
Yes. Yes.
Can
We
you see our
can see
slide?
the screen. Yes, I can see that slide. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
A very good
So
afternoon.
are you ready?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Okay, so your time starts now. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good afternoon to everyone.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I think Harshal is in the attendees. So Rahul, if you can put him on the panelists.
Okay.
He had raised his hand in the attendees. He has his hand raised out here.
Okay. So
I've done it.
Yeah.
So he should join us, and then we can start the presentation.
Yes. So Hitesh, don't start the time yet. Okay, Hitesh.
Yes, ma'am.
Let his co-author also come in, and then let them start. Then we'll start the time.
You just tell me when the time is supposed to start.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can see him in a panelist.
Okay,
Harshal
so
Sada was there.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Now we have joined.
He's
Okay.
there. You are joined. Okay.
Yes,
All right. Yes. All right. So you all can start, cadets. Please start.
Shall I start?
Yes, your time will start now. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And I apologize for the confusion, everyone. Very good afternoon to everyone. It is a privilege to be a part of this event and be able to present our paper in front of this virtual dais. Representing Maharashtra Academy of Naval Education and Training, I am Cadet Kanishk Roy, and I am presenting with my partner, Cadet Harshal Sadawarte, our paper on the advancements of sensor technologies in shipping and its direct and indirect impact on efficient shipping amidst clean oceans. In the upcoming slides, we are going to discuss about the timeline of the evolution of sensors and their applications in the following parameters. That is the ODMCS, which is the oil discharge monitoring and control system, the torque measurements, the viscosity indicators, SOx and NOx sniffers, ballast water testing methodology, observation, and finally the conclusion. We begin with the abstract. This paper is a brief analysis of the evolution of sensing technologies in the shipping industry in lieu of the rising trend of pollution-free oceans and cheaper yet efficient working of ships. Detection and measurement of certain parameters like fuel viscosity, shaft torque, and oily water discharge directly contributing to the ship's running efficiency, which is done via different modification of sensors, are analyzed and evaluated on the basis of accuracy and performance. Also, various sensors options were experimented with to detect and hence control SOx and NOx emissions in simulated environments. The findings are recorded for future considerations. Introduction. So, what is a sensor? Basic understanding of a sensor. It is a device that measures a physical quantity and converts it into a signal which can be read by an observer or by an instrument. Not only that, we are surrounded by sensors all around us. Our cell phones use tactical sensors, that is the touch sensors. Computer mouses uses optical sensors, and so on. Similar to our body, the man and machine physiognomies are quite similar. We have the 5 senses, that the smell, touch, sight, taste, and smell. The machines also use certain sensors to have an efficient and proper working of its systems. Also, like our bodies, these sensors get modified as the database of reactions to unique circumstances expands. Now, what is the direct impact or the indirect impact of sensors and its advancements on the shipping industry? As we can see, they go hand in hand for the efficient operation of ships on oceans. The sensors aid in control and monitoring the emissions of pollutant gases, oily water discharge, ballast water management, which are a must for clean oceans. Then in the navigation department, they are used in devices like the radar, ECDIS, echo sounder, autopilot, which ultimately helps in preventing the accidental pollution and aids in safe navigation. In the engine department, we have sensors helping in monitoring machinery's health, working hours, overload, temperature, lubricating oil level, viscosity, air fuel ratio, shaft torque, etc. And this directly affects the efficiency of the running condition. So now that we know what is the direct and the indirect impact of sensors and its technology and its advancement on the efficiency and the clean running of oceans, we'll move forward on to our first system, that is the ODMCS, Oil Discharge Monitoring and Control Systems. Earlier, this system was very primitive. On board, usually on the discharge side, there was a side glass only for the viewing of the discharge, and provided with it was a light that fell directly on the discharge, and the personnel on board had to recognize the pollutants, and the discharge ppm monitoring was done by manual mode, that is through their eyes. But due to poor light and oily deposit accumulation at the glass interiors, observational errors occurred. So to rectify this this primitive system, you can say, a better system with the same functionality was brought forth. A more sophisticated approach using photocells, which monitors the bilge or ballast water passing through a sample chamber by a strong light shining directly through it and onto a photocell. What happens is, when the light passes through the discharge, the amount of pollutants in the discharge block the light rays, and this further this further decreases the intensity of the light ray. This change in the light intensity is directly calibrated to present the amount of pollutants present in the discharge. Another method is the light scatter principle, which is still a very modern method, but not the most modern method. The most modern method would be the multiple light scattered method. In this system, infrared is used as a light source for detecting the cell in the skid assembly in accordance with the IMA resolution MEPC 10849 in the Mark 6 oil con, which discriminates between oil and other contaminants such as mud, rust, or entrained air. The system is based on the unique multiple scattering principle, which resulted in unprecedented levels of accuracy, reliability, and cost efficiency of installation and ownership. Unlike any other system, similar systems such as the JOA ODME are not as efficient, but they are also available in the market. Here we have the layout of the JOA ODME on board. Here we can see the different sections. The oil con oil discharge monitor comprises of the following elements, which are labeled as the main control assembly, the skid assembly, the intrinsically safe communication cable, the EPU, which is the electro-pneumatic unit, starter box, sample pump assembly, flow meter system, and the sample probe assembly. Let us briefly see how this works. So in this system, we can see that the analyzer skid takes input from the flow meter, and then there's a return line that goes from the sample pump through the analyzer kit to the discharge. It also takes the input signals from various other parameters, and then it forwards the signals to the converter. The converter converts the signal and sends it to the CPU. The CPU then controls the valve control signals that is present in the pump room, and according to the feedback received from the converter, it decides whether the discharge is set overboard or is to be discharged back into the slop tanks. Next, we move on to torque measurement. Now, if we discuss the primitive methods of torque measurement, we can see that earlier they used to use strain gauges to measure the actual torque. But they worked on the principle of Wheatstone bridge, and they utilized the concept of resistance being directly proportional to the strain. the change in resistance being directly proportional to strain. As this was an indirect method of measurement, this was later replaced by a better method. The latest advancements include induction sensors. A firm known as Lemac in Russia offers shaft twist measurement by means of induction sensors that measure displacement. Two precision sensors are mounted opposite to the electrical arms. The data measured are transmitted by radio waves from the shaft to a stationary unit. However, due to the low sensitivity, which is about 18.2 meter per volt per Newton meters, the non-repeatability, non-linear hysteresis here being about 2.3%, 3.3%, and 2.6% respectively, better designs were opted in the future. The next modification was brought forth by WAF, which offers the T-Sense. It uses the principle of optical measurement, providing extreme accuracy of the optical sensor within nanometer range, with possibility for analysis of torsional vibration. The firm Greg's method includes two identical magnetic bands mounted on the shaft at a certain length, and they measure the phase displacement as shaft torque occurs. The accuracy of the digital measurement is very high, with a resolution of 100 nanoseconds with an error of less than 1%. The latest technology is brought forth by Kongsberg Maritime, which has developed another interesting method. Two identical discs with openings, which are actually essentially code wheels, are mounted on the shaft at a certain spacing apart. A photocell is exposed to LED light passing through both wheels. As torque occurs, one of the wheels overlaps the other. The light flow is changed, and the photocell detects this change. This change is further calibrated to show us the displacement in the two ends of the shaft. We further move on to viscosity indicator.
This is a 10-minute reminder. You have 2 minutes left.
Thank you, ma'am. Primitive viscometers entailed a cup with calibrated hole in the bottom, measuring the time for liquid flow, hence quantifying kinematic viscosity. Later on, certain designs were brought forth, which worked on the measurement of drag force. Later on, and again, the modification was that a differential pressure gauge was used on the inlet and the outlet. But nowadays, since 2003, a better method has been applied, which is the use of microacoustic sensors on board, which uses the principles of shear polarized oscillations. Here we can see the entrainment of liquid with the shear oscillation. Around 2012, emerged suspended microchannel resonators, that is resonant mass sensors containing liquid within the mechanical structure, therefore minimizing damping associated with the fluidic viscous drag. ViscoSense, which is the latest modification in this line, is a patented measuring principle based on the torsional vibration of a pendulum in liquid. The measured damping of this piezo-driven vibration is directly related to the viscosity. SOx and NOx neighbors. This is particularly interesting because up until now, we had no methods of actually measuring the exhaust from the plumes. This method allows us to measure the exhaust directly from the exhaust plumes. These are drones we can see the drone display and the drone that on the Hong Kong port, which actually takes in the exhaust and directly calibrates the amount of SOx and NOx and digitally shows us the amount of SOx and NOx present in the exhaust. This is the working block diagram of the operation of sensor inside the drone. The SOx and NOx are based on electrochemical principle. The accuracy is plus
the time
minus.
limit of 12 minutes is over. Please conclude.
Okay. Should I continue with the?
You can just conclude quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other modifications like the lambda sensors.
No, you
are
have
also.
Cadet K. Roy. You should
Yes,
conclude.
okay,
Yeah.
I'll conclude.
Yes.
Conclusion, it is safe to summarize that as corporate giants are realizing the importance of a greener initiative, efforts to make more efficient ships on top of cleaner waterways are rising. To meet such demands on board, sensor technology is constantly reinventing itself. Sophistication of sensors will continue as the regulating bodies keep on implementing stricter rules and shipping companies try to reduce their expenses while abiding said regulations. Even though most modern sensors are highly accurate and cost effective, personal training in these technologies is imperative. We would like to acknowledge Professor Shankar Gambhire sir for guiding us throughout this project. Our ardent gratitude goes out to HOD Marine Professor Sandeep Kulkarni sir for encouraging us to move forward with this paper. Thank you everyone and stay safe.
Ma'am, this presentation lasted for about 13 minutes and 17 seconds.
Okay, 13 minutes and 17
seconds.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Sonami. Thank you. Yes, judges, the floor is yours for the question.
Yeah, Arvind Kumar here. Mr. Roy,
yes, sir.
can you please tell me, in general, in the engine room, how many sensors are there roundabout?
Sir, the question answer session will be taken by Cadet Harsha Sadavate.
Yeah, okay, call me, please.
Sir, I'm here. Hello, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I would like to know, in general, how many sensors do you have in the engine room?
So in the engine room, there will be lots of sensors. Each machinery is having around 5 to 10 sensors. So taking in consideration, we can say about 500 to 1000 sensors are present on the engine room.
So you mean there are 500 to 1000 alarms in the engine room?
So alarms and sensors are sensors we are talking about. So each purifier will be having a top sensors. Generator will be having temperature sensors, pressure sensors.
Okay, okay, you gave your answer. Another thing is, why do you want to measure torque in the engine?
So torque sensors are used for making the efficiency, taking out the efficient operation of the engine. So we have to keep in mind the torque, and also that if the torque is more, the stresses on the engine may be more. So we get a rough idea about how the performance is going.
Okay, thank you very much. My questions are over.
Yes, sir. Anyone else, sir? Mr. Anand Thakur or Shailendra Kumar, sir? Would you like to?
Madam, may I come in?
Yes, yes, yes. By all means, sir.
Yeah. At the beginning, you have mentioned ODME.
Yes,
so that's what drawn my attention. When the ODME is not in use, there is some oil precipitated because it works. You have shown it correctly. It's works on optical principles, but some oil may precipitate. Now, when the say voyage will start, all of a sudden the sensor will start showing a very high value of ppm. So what is done about it? It's specifically problem of that optical sensor.
Yes, at the start, the accumulated oil will show that the level in that oil is high, so it will operate the sensors, and the starting one that it will go on holding tank, back to the holding tank, so and it will recirculate. Then after that only it will open the overboard valve.
No, I am afraid you are wrong.
Okay.
In fact, the VF you have shown in your slide, Vericon.
Yes.
Right. They have some special cleaning mechanism incorporated in their ODME. If you read it later, you will find it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, sir. So, is there anyone else who would like to ask them any questions? Anybody from the judges side? Anyone?
No, thank you.
Cadet Roy. Yeah, I'll say a good presentation, although it was lengthy. So there were a lot of things that you were trying to explain. Have you heard about smart sensors and embedded systems? Because you're on the topic.
Sorry, sir, I'm not aware of that.
your smart sensors, because a lot of sensors which you talked about are a little bit, are there existing. And some of the sensors, of course, were the new ones. So I never heard of that. All right.
Thank you.
All right. I'll say good presentation.
Thank you.
Although it was a bit lengthy.
Okay, so thank you, Cadet Roy and Cadet Sadawate. So you can stop sharing your screen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. So the next presentation which we have is titled DG Shipping, that means DIGI Shipping, by Cadets Sayantan Mondal and Cadet Raunak Dan from HIMT Chennai. So are you all ready? Cadet Sayantan and Raunak Dan.
Yes,
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we are ready.
Yes. So, which of you is going to present?
Ma'am, I will present the screen.
Yes. So
Ma'am, both of us will present and Raunak will take care of the slides.
that's okay. That's okay. That's within yourself. So you can start sharing the screen.
Yeah, ma'am. Is the screen visible?
Not yet, actually. The screen is not yet visible. So. No, the screen is not visible, Sayantan.
Ma'am, Raunak is sharing. My screen got stuck suddenly.
Okay, so
actually, I also got logged out. I'm logged in from my phone. I'm trying to log in from my laptop.
Okay.
Unable to stop share also.
Okay. Who is sharing the screen? Raunak. Okay, Raunak, but we can't see anything on the screen. So can we? Okay, so let's just wait till they sort out their technical issue. So who is going to share the screen? Is it Raunak? Yes, Sayantan?
Yes, ma'am, he is supposed to share this.
Okay, so you all can just coordinate within yourselves.
Yeah, ma'am, sure.
Is it going to take a long time?
Ma'am,
just tell us if that is the case, then I'll just call the next team.
Yes, ma'am, you can do that because in my laptop also the Zoom app is not working properly.
Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. You all can switch off your videos and you can sort out your technical issue and I'll just go ahead and call the next team, okay? Yeah?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, because I think it's going to take some time, right?
Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So you just stop your video, yeah? And you can stop screen share also. You all are not sharing the screen, yes. So just,
yeah. Thank you.
Yes, you can stop. All right. Yeah, so we'll just go ahead with the program and I'll call the next team now. The next team is from TMI, Tolani Maritime Institute, our own institute. And we have got cadets Ritik Yadav, cadets Vidushi Singh, cadet Fahim Hanifa. Are they there? Are you there, cadets? You all are there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, very good. Yes, excellent, very good. Okay, so their paper is titled theorizing the basic framework of machine learning, including the capabilities, applications, and limitations in maritime industry. Okay. So just decide your sequence and all. And okay, the screen is also shared. Very good. All right. So cadets, just tell me when you're ready to start, and we'll start the time from there.
We are ready, ma'am.
You're ready? Very good. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The cadets can start. Tsunami, Hitesh, you all can note the time.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Sorry.
No, I think somebody has kept their. May I request everyone to switch off their microphone? May I request all the other attendees, everybody to switch off their microphone, please? Thank you. Yes, you can speak. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I, Cadet Vidushi Singh, along with my team members, Ritik Yadav and Fahim Hanifa, are here to present a technical paper on the sub-theme of System Integration, Automation, and Digitalization on Chips. Our paper includes the basic framework of machine learning, including the capabilities and applications in the maritime industry. A Greek philosopher quoted that change is the only constant in life. Therefore, change is the law of nature. And due to this ever-changing of nature, a new modification in shipping industry is being introduced, which is automation. Evolution of a shipping industry from manned to autonomous and smart ships is the topical theme today. Our paper aims at throwing a light on the implementation of machine learning in the maritime industry with algorithms that monitor and controls the ship's system, provide predictive maintenance, and develop optimum routes and charts for navigation, etc. Our research follows a qualitative and a case study approach for improving situation awareness, supporting a number of ships' operations and functions. Digitalization is already transforming shipping companies' operations and strategies. The transition from manned to autonomous ships can be achieved by integrating various technologies such as IoT, Internet of Things, AI, artificial intelligence, ML, machine learning, along with the current model of shipping industry. The flow of our presentation is as such. First, we'll be talking about digital technologies such as IoT, AI, and ML. Then we'll discuss about the implementation of machine learning in the engine room. Further, we'll be discussing about the scope of implementing machine learning in navigation. And finally, we'll be concluding our presentation. Now, my friend Fahim will take forward the presentation.
Yeah. So the two main terminologies that come up while discussing the digitalization and automation of ships are IoT and ML. Let me get you through this once. Although the name Internet of Things may be unfamiliar, knowingly or unknowingly, we are all part of this digital ecosystem, and we make use of this technology almost every day in our lives. You may recognize this better as smart homes, connected homes, Google Home, Amazon Alexa, etc. On board ship, IoT can be implemented and defined as an interconnected network of sensors, actuators, and processors that enables us to collect data autonomously from different systems like engine, navigation, and communication systems, provide this data to the processors, and then carry back the commands of the processor and remotely actuate these commands. Now let's talk about machine learning. What is machine learning? Machine learning is the science of getting computers to learn and act like humans do and improve their learning over time in an autonomous fashion. It is basically a self-developing algorithm, which is also a subset of artificial intelligence. The Internet of Things generates massive volumes of data from millions of devices, and this data is used by machine learning, which then trains and develops through it. On to you, Ritik.
So the next step towards automation after gathering and preparing the data is basically choosing an ML model for our implementation. As you can see that machine learning can be divided into three main types, which are supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. These are further classified into various types such as the regression models, classification models, and clustering models, etc. These all have the different functions and uses and are used in different industries as depicted in the figure in front of you. Now, based on our research and analysis of various ML models, we came across one such model that suits our onboard engine room requirements the best. This is the multivariate regression model. It is basically a supervised machine learning algorithm that uses multiple regression models. This model can be integrated on the ship's autonomous systems to find out how the engine room input energy requirements respond to change in multiple independent variables such as engine RPM, generator loads, etc. For implementing this, we need to divide the ship systems into different modules, such as the ones given in front of you. Here, the red boxes indicate systems that are used to fetch data and transmit commands. The green boxes are the central nervous system, and the yellow boxes are systems that compare and compile different data sets to assist the central systems. Here, the key performance indicator system contains prefed values of variables for maximum efficiency of individual components as given by the manufacturer's guidelines. Example, the ideal RPM at which a pump gives maximum overall pump efficiency. The engine monitoring and control system gives instantaneous values of engine room variables and collects real-time information of changing variables such as propeller RPM, auxiliary generator loads, etc. The waste heat recovery system here gives information about main engine jacket water cooling outlet temperatures, the condenser steam inlet temperatures, the turbine bleed steam, and regeneration efficiency. So now based on these inputs, the multivariate regression model basically creates an algorithm on its own that will describe how the dependent variable, that is the energy requirements, basically the SFOC, will change with change in multiple independent variables and represents the SFOC as a function of the dependent variables. The model then uses a regression model that sets the engine parameters to suitable values to provide maximum overall engine room efficiency. So this system offers load sharing application that ensures that electricity producers run optimally. The load sharing algorithm automatically dictates which auxiliary system should be run to keep the total SFOC as low as possible and seek to evening the running hours as much as possible. It takes into account the electrical needs of the ship and runs diesel generators and waste heat recovery systems as efficiently as possible in terms of fuel consumption. It also runs the motors and compressors at optimal RPM for maximum individual efficiency and not just in accordance with the main engine efficiency. Now, Vidushi will take forward the presentation.
As we are well aware that nowadays, various industries have also started implementing digitalization with the help of ML, machine learning, in their work field. One such model for doing so is CADP, Cognitive Anomaly Detection and Prediction, which has a huge potential and various benefits in the field of automation. Now, you all must be wondering, what is this CADP and how does it work? It is a model incorporating ML developed by Progress Data RPM. Cognitive anomaly detection and prediction make use of unsupervised learning. It employs meta-learning that uses machine learning to analyze sensor data from every machine to find patterns and anomalies in data and create an ensemble of predictive models that identify influencing factors to automate anomaly detection. The result is the complete closed-loop system that makes a predictive maintenance a reality. Such technologies are currently used in various industries and systems, which can be used for predicting quality issues on automotive assembly line, predicting failures in HVAC systems and quality issues, and identify data gaps in healthcare device manufacturing. There are some of the possible advantages of implementing CADP in our shipping industry. It can be used to improvise routine maintenance by prioritizing anomaly detected in the system. It increases overall machinery lifespan by anticipating impending disaster and prevent them from occurring, hence efficient utilization of machine. It can be used to minimize disruption and prevent unplanned machine downtime by discovering machinery failure patterns and be prepared for future contingencies. It will aid in reducing the spare part inventory on ships. Hence, with the use of CADP on board, predictive maintenance can be turned into reality, and this is bound to improve overall machinery and worker efficiency. Over to you, Fahim.
Yeah. Now let's talk about the scope in navigation. So far, we have discussed the scope and implementation of machine learning in the engine room. The tech or the navigation department also holds huge potential for development if integrated with digitalized and ML integrated systems. Some of the possible advantages are optimized SFOC. Machine learning can be used to build an optimal route and speed for the vessel, based on the analysis of data from the vessel, such as trim, tonnage, draught, etc., and other external factors such as weather conditions, water current directions, etc. This allows us to reduce the specific fuel oil consumption. Another advantage is voyage optimization. Constant collection of navigation impacting data and predictive analysis will ensure that the vessels are always sailing at the recommended speed and avoiding any port delays and bad weather. Controlling freight rates is another advantage which can be achieved by integrating worldwide systems that enables the consignees to compare the freight rates offered by different companies all around the world, which provide more efficient and safe cargo capacity utilization and is capable of offering more realistic rates for cargo. Ritik.
Now let's discuss the current situation of automation in the shipping industry. As automation and digitalization move to revolutionize industries and processes around the globe, the shipping industry is growing in confidence at AI technology scope in making shipping more efficient and productive. Leading shipping companies around the world are partnering up with tech giants like IBM and Hitachi, etc., to develop ML integrated shipping models. One such example is Stena. Stena Line has collaborated with Hitachi and introduced AI assistance to its first vessel, the Stena Scandinavica. The Stena Fuel Pilot AI software is able to predict the most economical route in terms of fuel consumption. The company targets on cutting fuel consumptions and carbon emissions by 2.5%.
This is a reminder that 10 minutes have passed by, 2 minutes left. Continue.
Okay. Another example is MOL. MOL has been collaborating with a Chinese tech company SenseTime for developing AI for ship image recognition systems. They've also tested the system on board MOL's passenger line cruise ship Nippon Maru. So now, as we know that AI and ML related researches and developments in the shipping industry continue to take place at an accelerated rate, a future with fully autonomous ships is not far away. However, currently the shipboard machinery works continuously and generates millions of data points every second. The ultimate objective of the industry today should be to utilize all this data to gain visibility into the equipment's health and efficiency status. Hence, the need of the hour today is to integrate digitalized and machine learning systems along with the current shipping model, as this will not only provide us with immediate advantages as discussed in the presentation, but as time passes, the integrated systems will collect more data and algorithms will get smarter day by day, paving the way for completely autonomous ships in the future. This data can also be provided to ship designers and manufacturers for designing more efficient and sustainable ships.
To conclude this presentation, I would like to quote the keynote speaker of session 1, Dr. Ketan Kotecha. AI is going to change the face of the world, just as electricity did 100 years ago. Thank you. Any questions?
This presentation was completed in 11 minutes and 30 seconds. 11 minutes and 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay. Thank you, Hitesh. Thank you for that. Yes, Ritik and Vidushi. Yeah. And who else was there with you?
Fahim.
Fahim, yes. So a very good, slick presentation by you. And I was personally happy to see that you all went into multivariate regression model. So judges, over to you for the questions.
Yeah, Arvind Kumar here. Do you really think artificial intelligence can replace human beings on the ships at sea?
So right now with the current technology, we have not actually talked about replacing humans. We have just talked about implementing AI and ML integrated models along with the current model of the shipping industry. When we do this and we implement IoT on ship, we'll collect more data about the engine, the machineries, and we can slowly start integrating AI automation. And we did think a step ahead into this. We thought about if we can develop an app which can be given on your mobile that can basically be used to control the alarm systems and various functions in the ship. So basically the answer to your question will be that today we are thinking about integrating this with the current model of the shipping industry, and this will provide us with information that we basically need to take future steps towards fully autonomous ships in the future. And yes, I truly myself, my thinking, I believe that autonomous ships are the way in the future.
Okay, I agree. Maybe in coming times that will be there. But one thing is there, they'll be digitally connected to the office or some human being who will be monitoring it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So somebody has to keep watch ashore.
Yes,
8
sir,
on,
sure.
4 on, 8 off, 4 on, 8 off, like that. That is one thing. Second thing is, these systems will be programmed by human beings.
Yes,
and
sir.
not marine engineers as such, but with the help of engineers and people who have worked ashore. And as per a study, 75 to 95% of the accidents or incidents that take place on the ships are caused due to human error. Now those human beings are going to make these programs to run the ship without incidents or accidents. How is that possible?
So
How do we
actually,
find one human being or some human beings who will never make a mistake?
no, so actually, when a human works, the human brain thinks, and I think that is the reason for the mistakes that we make. Our human brain and the thinking that the limited thinking that we have in times of crisis and stuff. But if a human being has coded a program, then basically the need of the industry today will be to change the skills in which the seafarers are taught. Like we need to introduce AI and ML at the very beginning, like in the educational institute. And when we develop our thinking and understanding of AI and ML integrated models, if once it is if once we have coded, if once we have started the coding and like implementation has been done, I think the computer models will never fail you. If it has
Okay.
been given one
In
command,
that
it will
case,
follow.
the space shuttle is supposed to be defect free, right?
Yes, sir.
Maximum automation and everything is there only, and even they have their share of accidents.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So
how can
to
we
that,
be so
yes,
sure?
sir. To that, I would like to add that initially, while in the stage of developments, there are always accidents. Like Elon Musk and SpaceX started developing rockets that can go launch satellites into space and then come back and land on the ground. They tried that. Initially, they failed around 8 or 9 rockets. Billions of dollars were lost. But now, once they have developed the coding, they have progressed into it. After that, I don't think after that they have launched around 12 or 15. I've been following this. So after that, they have launched around 12 to 15 satellites into orbit, and each and every one of their rocket has landed successfully back on Earth, even on autonomous vessels in the sea, on land. They have landed everywhere perfectly without any error.
No, I was mentioning more about Kalpana Chawla incident. So that
So
is another
accidents
thing.
do happen.
Accidents that
So, so we'll have to have quite a few number of accidents before these systems become foolproof.
So those
Absolutely
This
reliable.
AI also includes reinforcement learning, which is because of error and trial method. Like after number of errors, we get a perfect code or perfect development.
Yeah. So how many people are going to die before we
No,
have
so
the
they are not
perfect
going to die. These errors will be in the development stage.
Oh, you're
like
not
in the
seeing people
industry.
dying on the ships. Huh? Just start sailing, probably you'll see.
The accidents, yes, so that is the thing, that accidents do happen. Accidents will happen. Yeah.
Accidents
What
are
is more
happening, sir.
important, human life or clean atmosphere?
Sir,
Tell me
but
now.
once autonomous ships are in place.
No, okay. Somebody said both. Who's that?
We
What
said
is more
both.
important? I am asking. I'm not asking a diplomatic answer.
Yes,
Tell
sir.
me what is more important, clean sea or human life?
So at
So-
personal level, it's human life, but when we talk about complete,
No, if and when, ma'am, those who are sailing, they will say human life. Those who are not sailing, they will say if and but. Okay, I agree. Okay, finish from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank
Your
you so much.
presentation was very nice, but lots of fancy words you used in your presentation. Okay, keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
From the judges side, anybody else? Shailendra sir, you want to ask anything?
Yes, this is Anand Thakur.
Yes, sir.
And very nice presentation. If you can give me an approximate timeline as to
I don't have any
how many
question.
years it might take for autonomous ships to be a reality. Because from my experience, I can tell you when I started sailing, leave alone automation, there was not even an engine control room in the engine room of the 60s and early 70s. And by the time I left sea, rather around 2000 and 90s onward, there was not only automation but even unmanned engine room. Today, unmanned engine room is just about every ship has got an unmanned engine room. So similarly, an unmanned ship, it took approximately 30 to 40 years for the zero automation to unmanned engine room. How many years do you anticipate from today for a totally autonomous ship?
So like
Looking,
organizations like Progress Data, RPM, they are developing codes at a very high rate. And also Sir Stena claimed that they'll be having fully autonomous ships. They claimed in their that
yes,
they'll
sir.
be having fully
Basically,
autonomous ships in like somewhat around 2035.
so looking at the current situation, like companies are developing and they're integrating AI models with the current model of the shipping. So when this integration will basically provide us with the data that you need to predict when autonomous ships will be completely become a reality in the future. But with the amount of development in AI, I personally feel that it will take around 8 to 10 years. First we'll have systems that are along with the current shipping model, along with the manned ships. We'll have AI systems that will basically collect data and provide us insights. And then basically like we can start reducing the numbers of engineers firstly, and then the numbers of people on deck. And I think in around 7 to 8 years we should be there at fully autonomous ships.
Made in China.
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Good, optimistic estimate.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. So I think we have got a flood of questions over here in the Q&A. So I'll just take one of them. This is from Dhruv Mehta. What kind of patterns, anomalies, and factors will CADP use for predicting maintenance?
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for the question. Yeah. So CADP is a model which is currently working, creating maximum number of databases, designing patterns from time to time. It basically calculates the variation in normal machine working. So it uses references from the data collected in the past and compare it with the data collected most recently. The variation in the data generated in the form of errors or graphs are basically termed as anomalies. Once our ML is implemented and integrated in our systems, we'll find like if there is an error in the like anomalies such as unexpected heating in any of the machinery, or pressure rise or pressure drop, or any sudden temperature rise. Such will be the anomalies in various machineries, and based on the past experiments, algorithm will predict what kind of problem will arise and prevent them from occurring in future.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Ritik, Vidushi, and Fahim. All right. Very good presentation. Thank you. Now the next team. The next.
Yeah, ma'am. We are ready.
Are you now ready? Are you sorted out?
Yeah, sure.
Ronak and yes. So please, you all can just start sharing the screen.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible. Yes. Yes. Are you ready to start?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Hitesh, Tsunami, you can start the time.
Yes, good afternoon to one and all present here. Ronak Dan, along with my teammate Sayantan Mondo, is on behalf of HMT College, is here to present on the topic DG shipping. Like we all know that shipping industry has a long history and is a foundation of today's civilization. To cope up with this, shipping industry is shifting towards digitalization. And with the digitalization, ships are becoming the data hubs, like huge of data transferred from sea to shore during the travel of the path of the ship. So in this, we have discussed mainly 4 technologies like Internet of Things, IoT, the artificial intelligence, the robotics, and the drone technology. Now, coming of IoT, it's an ecosystem of connected physical objects and interrelated objects with a unique IP address, which can collect and exchange information among each other and exchange the data. Being a ship owner or a logistics owner, you may be having questions that where is my cargo and in which condition is it, or when will be the estimated time of arrival. So these questions can be answered on the benefits of IoT is the cargo tracking. IoT provides us with the cargo tracking. The supplier and the consumer can both track the cargo when it's on its way. Online booking, like the trucks which goes on the docks for collecting those containers, smart containers installed with IoT, they can just get the estimated time of arrival using this IoT and just self-serve book and just reach on the estimated time of arrival of the ship without wasting time. Now, as already spoken, that IoT installed containers are smart containers, and thus return on investment is fruitful with increased container utilization. Automatic settlement, like as the cargoes are fitted with sensors, like if the cargo is received by the consumer end, so it would give a trigger to the supplier, or the consumer also can get to know, and the payments can be done easily, instantly. Coming to smart ports, Rotterdam, like Europe's largest port, we all know, like it uses IoT to collect the information and process the berth availability for the ships, the cargo loading, unloading, all processes are done through the IoT in this smart ports, thus making it more efficient and less time consuming. And as with the benefits we can see, this obviously lowers down the human intervention and lowers the capital cost. Now, talking to the condition of the cargo, like during its journey, it can be passing through rough weathers or some hits or something. So IoT triggers sensors are also there, which maintains the temperature, humidity, and also gives triggers about this harm that has happened to the cargo. Now, I would like to hand over to my partner.
Good afternoon, everyone. Coming to artificial intelligence. So what is artificial intelligence? It is basically a branch of computer science dealing with the construction of machines that will be capable to operate on their own, provided that we feed the algorithm to the machines. So artificial intelligence can be classified into two types depending on the technology. First is the narrow AI, and the second one is the artificial general intelligence, AGI. So narrow AI, it is also referred to as weak AI because it has its own constraints. In the narrow AI, if whatever algorithm we feed to the machine, it will only be capable of doing that work, and it cannot take actions on its own if any situation changes. But in the artificial general intelligence, which is referred to as strong AI, it is the robotics part of it, means the machine, depending on the sensors and other things, will apply its own intelligence to do the specified work. So which my friend will explain in the later part of the PPT. So coming to the applications of AI, first is automated process at shipping terminals. We all know the port of Rotterdam in Netherlands is using AI for automatic stacking cranes and for automated guided vessels. The safety is more because human intervention is quite less. Second, the reducing fuel consumption. Company in Europe, Stena Line, is applying this technology with the help of Hitachi. The Stena the Stena Fuel AI is aiming to reduce the fuel consumption and the carbon emissions by 2.5% per annum. What it does, it takes into account the ocean currents and the weather conditions to plot the safest and the shortest route to reach the required destination, thereby saving fuel. Third is the image recognition system. Company MOL is on the process of using this technology, means it is only in the testing stage. So what are the advantages? It can work in low light conditions. It can identify the types of vessels. The watchkeeping will be automated, and there are much more to this. Fourth is navigation systems. AI finds its application in navigation systems for mainly for prevention of collision. We can track any vessels in the vicinity, its speed, its route, and if there is any chances of collision, then we can reroute the ship according to the situations. Fifth one is unmanned vessels. We all know that unmanned vessels is quite a hot topic in the marine industry, which will be implemented maybe in the future. So which will be the ships will be automatically operated from people operating from shore. This is all about the applications. And then companies presently using AI technology. There are a lot of companies using Sail Router, Vesselbot, MOL, Sea Machines Robotics, Rolls-Royce, and many others. So my colleague will continue from here.
Yeah, I will come to robotics. Coming to robotics, over the world, there is no industry which is untouched by robots. And similarly, our industry has also been touched by robots and being implemented on. Its robots are under research as well as on use. So mostly these three are being used, namely the firefighting robots and hull cleaning robots and the anti-piracy robots. So coming to the firefighting robots, this is a firefighting robot. Shipboard autonomous firefighting robots. It's abbreviated as SAFFIR. It was developed by a naval research laboratory in collaboration with Virginia Tech and other US universities. It's an autonomous humanoid robot capable of working with the humans on board and fighting the fires. During fires, it can do tasks like turning on and off the bulbs, like picking up and dragging the fire hoses and putting out the fire also. The interesting thing is it can withstand up to 500 degrees Celsius, and it can respond to gesture and commands. It is also programmed to save the survivors who are trapped in a large fire breakout. And IR and UV cameras are also helpful in it to allow it to see through the smoke and detect the source of excess heat and act accordingly. Like this is a typical construction. You can see that it has a battery life which can work for about 30 minutes. Titanium springs have been used. IR cameras has also been used, and it's a lightweight with a low friction. So coming to the hull cleaning robots, as we know, as ships enroutes its journey, many aquatic animals or biofilms are stuck on the hull surface of the ship. And this reduces the efficiency of the ship by increasing the fuel consumption and reducing the speed. Hull cleaning robots were being introduced, named as Hullbug, which has been developed by C Robotics, and this is approximately 30 to 40 kgs, and it uses 4 wheels. It's a small robot, and it uses 4 wheels and uses a negative pressure device that creates a vortex between the bug and the hull. It crawls around the hull surface and has sensors to avoid obstructions. And if it finds any such biofilms, then it uses rotary brushes and water just to scrub the film off. As per the developer, it states that if it is used on 5% of the, if it is used by 5% of the shipping industries, it can save around $15 billion annually, and it can also save the planet from greenhouse gases. Now, coming on to the anti-piracy robots, this is a throwbot. This anti-piracy robot is known as a throwbot and is developed by Recon Robotics. This is used mainly by the US Navy to detect the location of the pirates on board. They can throw this throwbot on the surface of the ship, and it can crawl through the hull surface and go to the desired location as per the controller. So it can withstand a throw of 120 feet, and both audio and video can be controlled through this. And by seeing through it, the US Navy or whosoever is using it can detect the location of the pirates. Now I would like to hand over it.
Coming to drone technology is being used almost every sectors nowadays, including the marine industry. What we have explained in this PPT is 2 types of drone. One is for inspection of enclosed spaces, and the second is for underwater hull inspection. As for the enclosed space is concerned, if any human beings is going down for inspection in the enclosed
10 minutes
spaces,
have passed. You have 2 minutes left.
ventilation is a important thing, and there is also the chance of presence of toxic vapors, or all these problems are there. So mainly to avoid human beings from going down, the drone can be used by any inspectors or by the ship or the crew itself for any inspection on the enclosed spaces or tanks. It will have low visibility cameras and high resolution camera. Both will be working together to take the images. Coming to the underwater hull inspection, when the ship is at port, this type of drones, underwater AUV or ROV, can be operated to check the condition of the hull. If there is any fouling or marine growth, it has to be removed because it decreases the efficiency of the ship. So to carry out all these processes, drone can be used. The advantage being drones are faster to work. The safety is more because humans are not intervening in between, and the efficiency is also more. So coming to conclusion, the digital evolution in the shipping industry will not come to an end yet and will continue to shape the industry's future in every aspect. So by every passing day, the technology is improving, and so is digitalization. So if any company opts not to digitalize its ship, then it will fall by quite a bit in the market because the market is very competitive. The advantages being reduced margin of error because machines are doing all the work. Humans are interfering less. Humans are only interfering when there is any maintenance required. Also effective connection with customers. The customers who will ship their goods will feel more safe and reliable, because the cargo can be tracked, the condition of the cargo can be tracked, and all these things. To be at the forefront of the market, as I have already told,
12-minute time limit is
as
over.
I've already told, the market is quite competitive, and to be in the top, you have to digitalize your ship. So, thank you. Any questions?
The time for this presentation was 12 minutes and 11 seconds.
So 12 minutes and 11 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Cadet Ronak and Sayantan. So, judges, any questions from your side?
This is Arvind Kumar here. It was a very nice presentation, but all this digitalization, these systems can be hacked by somebody, or they are foolproof that way?
No, sir. They're end-to-end encrypted mostly. So, like you are using WhatsApp, like it has a security code. So, between each of the users, there will be a security code. So, it can't be hacked right now because security is that much high.
Yeah, but my account can be hacked, and it is highly secured site. So, the bank site is supposed to be the most secure. And they are hackers. People are hacked into Pentagon sites and all that. So what is the Merchant Navy office? It's nothing. That is one. And then it can be used for political as well as strategic reasons to hold on to that ship and the cargo and whatever you want to do with that. Okay, so that is one weak point here. Otherwise, your presentation was very good. Painting behind you is very nice. I don't know where you are sitting. And thanks a lot. Keep it up. Very nice.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else from the judges side?
Good afternoon. This is Anand Thakur. And my question is that you have talked about anti-piracy robots, which are thrown onto the pirate vessel. I suppose you mean that it is thrown onto the pirate vessel. That is about 120 meters is what its range
Not
is.
on the, excuse me, sir. So it's not on the pirate vessel. Like after the pirates have boarded or some distress signals have been released to the crew by the crew. So when the survivors will come, they can use it to get the exact location, or at least estimated location, so that they can go for rescue on board. They can't throw it on the this one. This won't be used by the crew on board. This will be used by the US Navy, like the survivors or the rescuers who is coming to rescue the crew.
I see. So what does exactly that do? After throwing it, what will that robot do?
Sir, it has wheels, like it can crawl on the surface. It has a magnetic wheels. So it can crawl on the hull surface of the ship. If it is thrown on the outside of the ship also, it can crawl and go on the deck. And it has cameras installed in it as well. It has cameras as well as it can detect the audio. So, and the controller will be on the rescuer side. So they can control and drive that small thing, that is a throwbot, to the desired location and get an estimation that what is going on board and what is exact location of the pirates. That's it.
So basically, it's just a camera that is going there. It's not armed. It cannot do anything to the pirates.
No. After that, seeing through that the conditions, the Navy people or the rescuers can go and save the crew.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the presenters. So it's time now for me to present the summary of this particular highly interesting session. So at the very outset, no matter who wins, but first of all, I would like to place on record my congratulations to all the cadets who presented the papers. So in this session, we had an eclectic mix of papers. First, we had a paper on Magnus rotors for greater stability and maneuverability of ship. Okay, and this paper explained the possibility of using the concept of the lift generated by a rotating cylinder. and the time taken by the presenters was 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Then we heard a brief analysis of the evolution of sensing technologies in the shipping industry for addressing the problem of pollution in the oceans. And here the time taken was 13 minutes and 17 seconds. And we had a paper then which detailed us on the implementation of machine learning in the maritime industry by using a qualitative and case study approach. And this paper, the presenters took 11 minutes and 30 seconds. And finally, we heard about digitization in the shipping industry using IoT, artificial intelligence, robotics, and drone technology. And the time taken by them was 12 minutes and 11 seconds. Once again, congratulations to all of you. And from my side, I would just like to advocate to all the young cadets who have presented today that please don't stop by just presenting a paper in the Transtech, but continue your interest in whatever interests you, maybe not whatever you presented today, but even anything else, and keep adding to knowledge base and helping the knowledge base of science and technology in general to help grow. And congratulations to all of you once again from my side. Over to you, Hitesh.
Ma'am, could we have a photo with all the participants if we could just ask them to switch on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Could all the participants please the presenters for technical session 3, could you please switch on the video? And judges as well. I think.
Just a moment, ma'am. Just a moment. Huh?
Yeah. And Shailendra sir has to. Yes. Thank you.
One moment. Almost done. Okay, thank you. Hitesh, over to you.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank our judges, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Mr. Anand Thakur, and Mr. Shailendra Kumar for the insightful questions and for agreeing to be a part of this successful event. Also thanking Dr. Anjali Deshpande for contributing your valuable time in chairing our third and final technical session, ensuring a smooth communication between the presenters and the judges. With this, we have come to the end of our third technical session.
It often puts me in a state of deep thinking when I experience these presentations. Only a person who thought for weeks and months can put this much of logic and connect these dots to envision something so unconventional. This was my third year, and it is continuing in the Transtech's anchoring team. And I can proudly say that this particular Transtech, being in the webinar format, was no less. It was equally enjoyable, and the technical sessions were great. These 3 technical sessions have been illuminative and informative. I'm sure that everyone who has been attending them would have grasped some valuable knowledge. The day 2 of Transtech is about to be concluded, but tomorrow we have something entirely different. Not just the papers, Transtech also gives an opportunity to the students to showcase a working model of their idea. That is exactly what is going to be displayed. Be ready to experience some marvelous working models. Join at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow to witness day 3 of Transtech. At the end, I would request Captain Indranath Banerjee to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Hitesh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable guest speaker, Captain Karanjikar, our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, my dear cadets. It is my privilege to have been asked to perform the act of proposing the vote of thanks on this occasion. First, I would like to profusely thank Captain Karanjikar for making it convenient to grace this occasion and delivering his truly pace-setting and very perceptive address. Sir, your illuminating account of the blue economy clearly covered the entire spectrum from one ocean, one earth to Swachh Prithvi, Swachh Sagar. The concept of ensuring sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth and contribution towards the national economic grid remained the underpinning theme of the presentation. Starting from 40,000 years ago, sir, you covered the entire canvas by emphasizing the importance of blue economy, the risks of such development, the focus of the Government of India, and concluding by guiding the young Marine cadets on how to increase their maritime consciousness. Listening to you and listening to the vibrant Q&A session, question and answer session later on, I'm sure that your thoughts and perspectives have inspired the cadets and thus made this webinar a truly high impact event. Thank you very much, sir. I wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Anjali Deshpande and Dr. Sudhir Sindagi, not only for marshalling their sessions so competently and also providing encouragement to the young speakers. A tough job, very well executed. Sudhir sir, you were hit by technical glitches, but you were resolute and you pulled off the session magnificently despite limited resources. As James Bond would have said, shaken but not stirred. Anjali ma'am, exemplary conduct to the session, especially the way you took charge when the presenters faced technical problems. Excellent job. But the reason I'm saying it is because that both of you showed us practically how the greatest impediment to a virtual webinar could be overcome. And for that, a big thank you to both of you. I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the paper presenters for participating in this technical festival with your important work and sharing with us your findings and opinions today. In the same breath, I thank the various maritime institutes who guided these young minds. A huge thanks to Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, Great Eastern Institute of Maritime Studies, Hindustan Institute of Maritime Training, Maharashtra Academy of Naval Education and Training, and of course, the Indian Maritime University campuses of Mumbai and Kolkata. A very sincere and heartfelt thanks to the three gentlemen who have been given the toughest job of the day, our respected judges, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Mr. Anand Thakur, and Mr. Shalendra Kumar. I salute you. I thank the Institute of Marine Engineers Pune branch and also the Institution of Engineers Pune Local Center for their enormous cooperation in organizing of this event. It would not have been possible to hold an event of such scale and magnitude, especially in these trying times, without the sincere and untiring efforts of my colleagues at TMI, be it the IT staff, the admin personnel, the volunteer cadets, or the organizing committee members. I thank each and every one of you for this event. To the MCs, the magicians of the ceremony, for conjuring up the illusions by lines and images, Rahul, Kevin, Hitesh, Sanami. All I will say that yesterday, you were too good. Today, you are even better. Maybe because I was not there. Great job, guys. Love you. Last but never ever the least, my cadets attending the webinar. I can't deny that I was hoping that many more would have been attending. But yes, to those who were attending, thank you. And I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, but more importantly, learned from it. After all, experience is the best teacher, and let nobody ever tell you otherwise. This experience should have been a game changer for all those of you attending, and I'm sorry for those who have missed out on this occasion. And if you don't believe me, trust Gulzar. Everybody sends his messages on WhatsApp. And remember when he said, बहुत कुछ सिखाया जिंदगी के सफर अनजाने में, बहुत कुछ सिखाया जिंदगी के सफर अनजाने में, वो किताबों में दर्ज था ही नहीं, वो किताबों में दर्ज था ही नहीं, जो सबक पढ़ाया जमाने में. And this experience, I'm sure you will take you very, very, very far. So ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any more time, once again, I wish to state that we are most grateful to all the speakers and panelists. We thank you for being with us here this morning. It's been a great pleasure. So till we meet again, as Hitesh said, tomorrow, Friday, 30th April, 0930 sharp. Stay well, stay safe. Thank you. Jai Hind.